What do we got here?
Simi Valley stands a monument to one of the most beloved leaders in our nation's history, Ronald Reagan. The Gipper, the great communicator, America's 40th commander-in-chief.
They just like...
He railed against big government.
It's like, he's not on the ticket, guys.
The English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
And sought peace through strength.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
40 years after Reagan's landslide re-election...
That's funny, because they're trying to build a wall, and they don't see the irony there.
Right.
What does it mean to be a conservative?
We fight for the truth.
We are not going to worry about what the left and the media say about us.
What is the key to a
thriving economy? That's all you do.
America can do for anyone what she's done for me.
We will stop the spending. We will stop the borrowing. We will stop the earmarks.
What is America's role in the world?
We need to build a military fitted to the widening challenges in an ever more dangerous world.
Sometimes you avoid war by showing you're tough.
And the country faces even more challenges. Would Reagan even recognize the country in which we now live? Tonight, candidates seeking the Republican nomination converge in California.
Okay, that was good.
Chart a new path for the grand old party. Now is the time.
Somebody knew what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. All right. It is. I think I said this. Oh, what happened? Sound went up. Oh, there.
We're inside the spectacular Air Force One pavilion, where the stage is set for a showdown.
Oh, is this Ronald Reagan's place or something?
I'm Stuart
Yeah.
Oh, okay, of course. That's why.
Thrilled to be sitting alongside my co-moderators, Fox News Channel.
This guy, Stuart Varney. Oh.
Univision.
Good evening. Thank you, Stuart. President Reagan famously described America as a shining city on a hill. And tonight, 7 candidates will make the case they should be the one to lead that city into a brighter tomorrow. But first, they have to convince you, the voter. Please allow me to welcome
She looks like Kim Wexler, no?
audience. Muy buenas noches a todos. Desde la Biblioteca Presidencial Ronald Reagan, los precandidatos republicanos también buscan su voto para las primarias del partido. Bienvenidos.
And good evening. So let's meet the candidates who have qualified and chosen to be on this stage tonight. They are positioned by the order they rank in the polls, with the highest polling candidate in the middle. Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
I'm surprised, like all the, they know what they're doing. They have like the diverse panel there.
It's South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
And
former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
He's not getting the applause.
Former Vice President Mike Pence. And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
For some reason, Pence's nose looks so much smaller than the previous one.
Issue is important to primary voters. Candidates get
Oh my
1
God.
minute to answer and 30 seconds to respond.
All right,
in
we're
single
right into
ballot.
it.
When
Love
their
it.
time runs out, we'll all hear this. We have a lot of
Just like a
ground
game
to
show.
cover, so please
Yeah, exactly.
keep it civilized.
Let's get going. We are in this spacious, sunny place tonight, designed to reflect the very nature and character of Ronald Reagan. It's a place that
Wait a minute.
makes you proud to be an American. Yet today our nation is
This must have been
drowning
filmed earlier
in
today then, right?
division and incivility.
No, because it would be 6 o'clock there.
6 o'clock. It's dark.
It's in California.
Oh, it's in California. Okay.
Exhausting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
2 in 3 Americans think the country is on the wrong track. And 3 in 4 say the economy is not in good shape.
Prices are up 18% since 2020. More than half of the US population has little access to childcare. 85% of Americans say their personal finances are a source of stress.
Americans want to believe a leader
Yeah.
who says, "You can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry." President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security. Senator Scott,
yeah, that was pretty awesome.
You recently reacted by praising Ronald Reagan for firing air traffic controllers in the 1980s, saying, "You strike, you're fired." Would you fire thousands of striking auto workers today, Senator?
Obviously, the President of the United States cannot fire anybody in the private sector. However, we should look back at the first bill in Congress under Joe Biden. The first bill had $86 billion for the union pensions because they continue to overpromise yet underdeliver. One of the challenges that we have in the current negotiations is that they want 4-day French work weeks, but more money. They want more benefits, working fewer hours. That is simply not going to stand. I sat in a finance committee hearing when a widow came before the committee who was promised pensions from the unions, $4,000 a month. Unfortunately, it had been cut to $1,000 a month. We must make sure that we honor the commitments that we make, and one of the ways that we do that, do not overpromise and then underdeliver and leave the taxpayers on the hook. I'll say this, Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border working to close our southern border because it is unsafe, wide open, and insecure, leading to the deaths of 70,000 Americans in the last 12 months because of fentanyl. It is devastating. Every county in America is now a border
crisis.
county
There we go.
because fentanyl has devastated Americans in every single state. I will also say 6 million illegal crossings since Joe Biden has taken office, and he eliminated Title 42. The one thing he should do is finish the wall, reinstate Title 42, and get the job done.
Well, I can promise you that we are going to have a lot of questions
Nation
on
in
the border
decline?
and immigration.
Nah.
But in the meantime, we do want to
Almost.
talk about the economy and jobs, and especially want to talk about this strike for just a moment more. Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott. And do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice. But victimhood is a choice, and we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates. At the same time, wages remaining stagnant. What we need is to deliver economic growth in this country. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work by no longer paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the U.S. dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what it means to be an American.
Nothing he said had anything to do with the strike.
Right? Together, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis make 336 times the number of number of rank-and-file workers. That's just part of a wider income inequality trend in the country. The richest 1% now controls 1/5 of all income. Vice President Pence, last week you said you side with American workers, but you also support how these companies operate. Which is it?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to thank Univision and Fox
Just
Business
shut up and answer
for
the question.
assembling such a wonderful forum. Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said. Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line. I mean, look, I'm from the second leading manufacturing state in the country per capita. I was governor of the state of Indiana. We brought 12,000 factories back to America during our administration. I know something.
12,000 factories.
And I got to tell you,
I know, right?
While the union bosses are talking about class warfare and talking about disparity in wages, I have to tell you, I really believe what's driving that is Bidenomics has failed. Wages are not keeping up with inflation. Auto workers and all American workers are feeling it, and families are struggling in this economy.
I wonder why.
And Joe Biden's Green New Deal agenda is good for Beijing and bad for Detroit. We ought to repeal the Green New Deal, get rid of the mandates and subsidies that are driving American gasoline automotive manufacturing into the graveyard. And beyond that also, as President of the United States, I'll be standing with workers all across America, and I'll be standing for the right to work of every American to join a union or not join a union as they decide.
Senator Scott, you were mentioned. Will you care to respond?
There's no doubt that Joe Biden needs to be fired. That's why I'm running for president. I look forward to being the next president of the United States. I will also say, I know America can do for anyone what she's done for me. It's why we're focusing on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting the America we all love. Growing up in a single-parent household, I wondered if the American dream would work for a kid in the inner city. I've got good news for every single child. Whether you're in the inner cities of Chicago or the rural parts of Iowa. America and the dream, it is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. God bless these United States of America.
All they're talking about, the same economic policies they're talking about is shit. We've tried this already, and it didn't work.
Exactly what happened. Biden showed up on that picket line.
Yep.
But why are those workers actually there? It's because of all of the spending that he has pushed through in the economy that's raised the inflation. So when you look at the fact that we are paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, $7,000 more a year for families, what we need to do is I came out with an economic plan, eliminate the gas and diesel tax so that they have more money in their pocket. Let's focus on going after middle America and cutting taxes for middle America and collapsing those brackets. Let's get rid of unfair distortions like the state and local tax that they give to wealthy people in blue states and not paid by red states. And let's make sure we make the small business taxes permanent. They only made those temporary. They made the corporate taxes permanent. Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers. That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this, not sitting on a picket line like Joe Biden is.
Thank you, Governor Haley. We have other questions to get to about economy. Allow me to.
I just have to. I'm sorry.
Allow me to.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in because we're missing the point, and every other network is missing the point. The reason why people are striking in Detroit is because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets and with free markets.
This has nothing to do with it.
We're subsidizing the automakers and we're subsidizing the cars, and a particular kind of car, not every car. We're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer money, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China. China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that they can make a battery that's in a car subsidized here. That's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car. Joe Biden, this strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
And he's trying to make a splash.
We're going to keep the topic of economy, but allow me to the follow question to Governor Christie. The government will shut down if Congress does not reach a deal by the end of this week. Vice President Pence warns that politics of, quote, Trump's populist proteges, like Mr. Ramaswamy, are a road to ruin for the GOP. If the government shuts down, should voters blame populist Republicans?
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C. They get sent down there to do the job, and they've been failing at doing the job for a very long time. And let's be honest about this with the voters. You know, during the Trump administration, they added $7 trillion. $7 trillion in national debt. And now the Biden administration has put another $5 trillion on and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because none of them are willing to tell the truth. None of them are willing to take on the difficult issues. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road. And the inflation that Nikki spoke about is absolutely right, and it's caused by government spending. And that's why people all across this country are suffering tonight. And yet we don't get any answers because Joe Biden hides in his basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer. He put $7 trillion on the debt. He should be in this room to
The debt has
answer
nothing to do
those
with government
questions for the
spending.
people you talk about who are suffering. And if the government closes,
The inflation has nothing to do with government spending.
Yeah, I was about to say I think the debt is pretty directly linked.
Yeah, yeah, I meant the inflation has nothing to do with government spending.
just plays to the grandstand.
The next question is for Governor DeSantis.
Here's how we get it done in Washington. We must find a way.
Can we please respect
And the debt is not big of is not that big of an issue anymore.
Governor DeSantis, you haven't
Oh,
spoken.
this shit show.
Please.
Oh, but yeah, Trump hiding is one of the
shutting
big
down
part,
the
though.
American
Oh, is it?
dream with
Okay.
their reckless behavior. They borrowed, they printed, they spent, and now you're paying more for everything. They are
great.
the reason for that. They have shut down our national sovereignty by allowing our border to be wide open. So please spare me the crocodile tears for these people. They need to change what's going on. And where's Joe Biden? He's completely missing in action from leadership. And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He
Why are
owes
they
it to
saying the
you
same thing?
to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now. I can tell you this, as governor of Florida, we cut taxes, we ran surpluses, we've paid down over 25% of our state debt, and I vetoed wasteful spending when it came to my desk. And as your president, when they send me a bloating spending bill that's going to cause your prices to go up, I'm going to take out this veto pen and I'm going to send it right back to them.
Ilya, you mentioned me in the question. I just want to address that.
I think that's Senator Scott, but I have a question that is on the minds of a lot of moms and dads and Americans, and I know that you've been thinking about it because child care costs, they are up. They're topping $10,000 per month. Some families are spending up to half of their income on child care, and they're having to decide, is it worth it for me to work, or does it not make sense for me financially? In 3 days, the billions of dollars in pandemic-era funding is going to end, and 70,000 daycares could close. So you had an effort to broaden eligibility for child care assistance. That fell apart last year. And for the moms and dads out there who are worried, what can you tell them if you weren't able to get it through the Congress? How could you do it as president?
Certainly one of the things I did as a member of Congress was to make sure that we protected the Head Start programs around the country, giving people the opportunity to pick and choose the place that they send their children. The challenges that we see today under the Biden administration is that the cost for daycare has gone over $15,000 per child. In the Build Back Broker plan, he called it a Build Back Better plan, it was going up to $29,000. The way we fix that problem is to make sure that we actually cut taxes and give more Americans their money back. When I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we actually lowered a single mother's taxes by 70% on the federal level. For dual income households by 60%. Then we went a step further. We doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. By doing that, more parents had more resources to make the decisions how to take care of their family. The one thing we should do is let the American people keep their money. When that happens, the greatest opportunities rise from the ashes.
Okay, I'm going to give you 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh,
I
it's
never
so
go into this order.
ridiculous.
Ilya mischaracterized a part of my view. I think this artificial division
if you're being
is
taxed
unhelpful in our
$15,000,
party.
then I maybe
The real
agree with you.
divide is not between the Republicans on this stage. And in the Reagan Library, I want to say these are good people on this stage. The
Yes,
real divide
nothing to do with
is
it.
between the majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech, meritocracy, the idea you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character, and the fringe minority in the Democrat Party that has a chokehold over that party. That's the real divide. So this populist versus classical debate is artificial. We need to unite this party.
Can I speak about the
Immigration and the border.
administration?
We are going to talk about immigration and the border.
Child care. We have
I
think we're going to go on. You have to.
We have
all these questions. We're going to get to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time. We're going.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
In North Dakota, we knew that the cliff was coming. We knew that there was
What
going to
happened
be
to the mute
millions of
button,
people
you know?
about it. And so guess what? We planned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why that's not a standard thing.
We will get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us
Sir,
move on. We are going
sir.
to the border next.
Child care is
Ilya,
workforce
please.
infrastructure.
And I haven't been given a chance to
In
Block.
1984, President Ronald Reagan said the following.
The idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
2 years later, President Reagan granted amnesty to nearly 3 million immigrants, something no Democrat or Republican president has done since. Governor Christie, as governor of a non-border state in 2010, you supported a path to citizenship. But when you ran for president in 2016, you flipped, saying immigrants should be tracked like FedEx packages. Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
Well, the problem is that since no one has done anything since we first had this discussion 13 years ago, we're not in a position to be able to do any of that anymore. What we have to do now is first treat this like the law enforcement problem it is. Our laws are being broken every day at the southern border, every day. And Joe Biden and his crew is doing nothing about enforcing that law. They are letting it go. And by the way, they announced during the presidential race they were going to let it go.
So?
And we need to have a president who acts like I did as governor. Enforce the law, first and foremost. And that means what I'll do on day one is sign an executive order to send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure that we stop the flow of fentanyl over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow the law and only if you come here legally. If you come here illegally, we will apprehend you and we will send you back across the border from which you came. And the fact is that until we set a law and order agenda in this country, not only now but in the future, we won't be able to continue this. And I'll tell you this, Donald Trump failed on this as well. He said he was going to build a wall across the whole border. He built 52 miles of wall and said Mexico would pay for it. Guess what? I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to build 52 miles, they might have paid for the 52 miles.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, Governor Haley. Most illegal immigrants are coming from countries south of the border. You've seen the Fox News drone. It's captured this steady stream of people coming into the country on a daily basis. In fact, I believe we have a live picture of it tonight. That is happening right now, live. In the last decade, the U.S. has spent nearly $55 billion to address the root causes of migration. But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants is only growing. Are we wasting our money?
Well, what happens is when Joe Biden waved the green flag, it told everybody to come. And now we've seen 6 million people cross the border. We've had more fentanyl that have killed Americans in the Iraq, Vietnam, or Afghanistan wars combined. We need to make sure that we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. So we have to secure the border. The way we do that is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. You see what's happening in Philadelphia right now. It's got to stop. We need to make sure we put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. I spent 400 miles down that border, and I'm telling you, Border Patrol agents aren't allowed to do their job. Let's go back to remain in Mexico policy. Instead of catch and release, let's go to catch and deport.
What about what about the aid that federal taxpayers are paying to deal with the root causes? It's not working?
The only aid that we should be spending right now is to secure the border, the southern border, the northern border, period. We need to keep Americans safe.
Yeah, the influx of Canadians is a big problem.
Only when we fix the immigration system, only when we get the border secure, should we ever look at putting any more money into this. Our money should be about keeping Americans safe. We're not doing that. Joe Biden's not doing that. And you mentioned Congress and shutting down government. I'll make it clear. We have to change the budget process in 4 years. In 40 years. Congress has only delivered a budget on time 4 times in 40 years. If they don't keep the government open, they should not get paid. No pay, no budget. That's the way we should have
Governor DeSantis, we have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed strategic partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this mess is because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world. We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy, and we are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I banned the CCP from buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius Institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender when it comes to the CCP.
No, they're not. China's not
Nation in decline.
Nation in decline.
Under Joe Biden, we are a country in retreat.
You proposed, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children, even if the children are citizens of the United States. Under what legal premise will you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything. The Republicans on the stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across. But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country.
Oh my God.
Now, the left will howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of 2 sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott, you oppose ending birthright citizenship. What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it relates to illegal immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now, surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that, because last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what
Does that count?
I want to respond. These are good people.
I'm not sure. Maybe the Ramaswamy flip-flop.
Broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
I'm going to mark it.
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
Well, you said bought and paid for.
If I may finish,
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
focus on the issues that matter.
between debate and
business in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may address.
Focus on holding Joe Biden
So much for civil.
That's what we need to be
I actually agree agree with Ron DeSantis.
Speaking at the same time, no one can understand
Exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when it years ago, right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock, to compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be
Oh my
respectful
God.
because I believe these
He needs to go,
but
man.
I do not believe.
Can't believe anybody
We're
would
sitting
vote
in the
for him.
Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did not think it
honor
was
of
midnight
Ronald
in
Reagan's
America.
library. If I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another, from one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot
do
sit
deals with
and
the CCP
violate
4 years
Reagan's
ago?
11th
This isn't
commandment.
productive. I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their record.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China.
Thank you very much. Vice President Pence, in 2017, the Trump-Pence administration canceled DACA, which put the legal status of 600,000 dreamers in the hands of the courts. Dreamers work and they pay taxes. As president, if the Supreme Court ends DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections. So we're nice to have you participating in elections. So let me speak to this issue. Number one, I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government. We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table. We built hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. And as President of the United States, I can do it again. And the truth is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation. And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know how to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China. Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer. But you know, something I've done different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House Conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time for on-the-job training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
And he didn't answer it.
Like, not even remotely.
How will these candidates make America safer as rising crime plagues our cities? Debate night continues in moments.
All right, finally a commercial. Jesus.
Do you trust our government and where the economy is heading? Does the thought of...
Funny.
Wow. Yeah, that is a shit show.
What a bunch of... There's so many things wrong with everything that every one of them has said. They either say a bunch of nothing, or their information is totally wrong.
The economy is going to collapse. Invest in gold. But yeah, no, exactly. It's so like just crazy how much that they are like just giving like patriotic nonsense for so much of their discussion. And like literally all they've talked about so far is the border and their response to it is build a wall, keep them out.
Yeah.
Like, it's like nothing deeper than that.
Well, to be fair, that's all their constituency can really understand.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh, it's just a thing. Yeah. Oh, the coffee commercial that looks like the military. That's so silly. It looks like a military recruitment ad, but it's just coffee.
Right.
What was that? And they used 9/11? Really? Oh my God.
Of course. Yeah.
So he went and fought in Afghanistan and then came back and made coffee? Is that what's...
You know, I think that's what they're trying to say, that there's like the story of like this kid's life getting to this point.
Mm-hmm.
And when we went there and there was no one for us to fight, and we were like, "Oh shit."
Mm-hmm. I can't believe that people on the right can watch any of this stuff. Do you ever feel like you're just being played by every angle?
Right? It is. It's just astounding. Like how far you have to believe that every other source you're hearing information from is all corrupt lies, and the only truth is coming from like this one group of sources.
Right.
It's the same. It's like it's the same way cults work, but this is I think the largest scale cult we have ever seen on the face of the planet.
Mm-hmm. Since the Nazis.
Yeah, because I was thinking of Nazis, and then I was like, dude, should I specify that? It's like, okay, well, maybe Nazis are worse. By the numbers,
They're worse, but
I think Nazis are less.
Number-wise, they're less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actual population-wise, less. But overall, like the Nazi regime is obviously worse.
Oh yeah, yes, they were able to go to a lot more extremes with what they were doing. Of course, we're still in the middle of ours, so
Right.
who the fuck knows
Right.
where we're going to end up.
There's 1 minute for questions, 3 seconds for a follow-up, and the more you mention each other,
3
the more
seconds?
questions you're going to get. Okay, so we want to talk about crime.
This really is.
I disagree.
This problem in our country, with the Fox News and others have been covering it. Governor Christie, crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said in the last debate that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local
martial
prosecutors
law.
won't.
All right.
But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need the law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there. And we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on this stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Oh my God.
I want to ask Governor DeSantis, you fired a couple of prosecutors in your
how
state,
long
but
he's
as
been
governor,
sitting on that
sorry,
one.
as
Yeah, I
president,
know, right?
you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the
He's been waiting to
strongest
say
signs
that.
of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple of days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe.
It would have happened
We
in
have
the
a
80s, though.
50-year low in the crime rate.
Under Reagan,
And
by
yes,
the way.
when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
On a related subject, Governor Haley, there's a nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up, recruitment is in the tank, morale is at a record low. 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you. We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people, and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So law enforcement feels like no one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent enough time on that. Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need. And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee, that produces that, yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
Governor, we will be talking foreign policy later. Delia?
Yes. Thank you, Stuart. We're going to stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgum, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters. Mental health concerns are not unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific plan to curb gun violence?
Well, first we need to understand is I think that the liberal left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem. But all these cities that we're talking about that you showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. But what we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health.
That was rioting, not shootings.
Actually enforcing the laws these people talked about. And like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to be the most military-friendly state in the nation. We've got the most military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police, because they've been attacked in the press. The police have become the bad guys when they're the one.
We haven't been defunding the police.
America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them? Every time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you. And so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
Can I answer the question on mass shootings?
Mr. Ramaswamy, according to Customs and Border Protection, about 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings, and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
There's 2 sides to this, and we have to be very honest about it. One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them. We have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border. But we also have to be honest. There's a demand-side problem in this country, too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa, 2 parents, Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job to make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pump-in pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches that restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans. Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point, but if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period. This is something that we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country.
You mean like
while
Rumble?
Stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11. And I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to stand for Americans and our children.
Quit encouraging TikTok. Quit encouraging TikTok.
That is why, everything he said I agree with. That is why, as Commander-in-Chief, I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels. They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months. Parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The infant was crawling, the toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died.
Oh my God.
Are we just
that
going to
just sounds
sit
made
here
up.
and let this happen, this
I know,
carnage
right?
happen in
But
our country?
maybe
I
it did
am
happen.
not going to do that. So I guarantee
Always
you on day
anecdotal.
one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as
I mean,
president.
yeah, it is
We're
a-
going to declare it a national
a small
emergency. Yes,
baby,
we'll
I'm
build
sure
the
could be
wall. We'll do
affected by
remain in
things pretty
Mexico.
bad,
but those Mexican drug cartels are
sounds
going
like
to be
an
treated like the
incredibly
foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
Like, if you're not seeing a visible like pools, I think that's like the same as the anthrax scares back after 9/11.
Right.
Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years. And you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you, if you become president, to fix that? Or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of 3, as the grandfather of 3 beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months,
What the hell is that gonna do?
not years. It is unconscionable that the Parkland shooter
Most of them get shot
is
at the end of
actually
it.
gonna spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have
You
to
know?
mete out justice and send a message
And
to
also
these
spending
would-be
your life
killers
behind
that
bars
you are
is
not
justice,
going to
though?
live out your days
Right.
behind bars. You're going to meet
that.
justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Ha ha
Oh,
ha.
right, the original question.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look, I think it's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, All of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the Federal Department of Education. We'll allow
What does it have to
states
do with healthcare?
innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America, and states are going to help bring America back.
Yeah.
May I remind everyone to keep within their time frame so that we can get as many questions in as possible. This question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman.
Here we go with an
She said,
anecdotal.
you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics.
You have a calculator on you, probably. You can budget.
Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with healthcare is recognize our healthcare is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance
It's not
worse
technically a
than the
bad
national
idea,
average?
but
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population boom. We also don't have
you could do that with
a
Medicare
lot
for
of
all.
welfare benefits in Florida. You know, we're basically say this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that, and so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state.
Which means that your companies more than often are not providing medical
No fan of mine ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
what? Because of the welfare? What?
Governor Haley, healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company in the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals to the doctor's offices to the PBMs to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in the back seat for way too long. And once we give the patient the ability to decide their health care, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But we're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
What did you say?
Do you have a better way?
I'm about to show where your warrants are.
Oh, warrants.
About the real problem ever. We talk about why do we have the most
I heard
expensive
warts.
healthcare in the world. It's because the federal government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everyone more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive, they saw less patients per day, is U.S. healthcare, because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology. It wasn't about improving healthcare. It was about picking winners and losers. Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, healthcare, or now the auto industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
That was a great transition, because we are going to move on the future of education in America. What's the government's role in finding a way forward? The second Republican debate rolls on from Simi Valley.
Simi.
Is what we want. And are we doing a good enough job teaching our children what America is and what she represents in the long history of the world?
Again, like trying to find like what's right with what they said is more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to fight, it's easier to just talk about the stuff they said that was wrong. Which is like, I mean, I don't know where to start there.
Yeah, I wrote down a couple of the things I was thinking.
Oh yeah, let me know, because it's like gish galloping in a debate. It's like one thing after another. I can't remember,
Yeah, that's why I started to do this on this section, because I was just like, this is getting crazy. Yeah, because they're talking about like the revolving door of crime and like how basically like once you're in the system, then you're going to continue to be part of the system. But nobody gave any ideas about like, well, okay, what do you do for lowering recidivism rates and like actually helping prisoners reform. There's no mention about like why that happens so frequently is because felons, once they get that label of felon on them, they can't do anything afterward.
Right.
Like you can't get jobs, you can't live most places, and even the shit places you probably can find to live, again, you can't afford it because you can't get a decent paying job. Like even if you get a degree or get like a trade or something in prison, you will be shunned in society. And I know that's something California's doing, is they're putting a thing to say like you can't ask that question anymore if you're a felon or not. And it's like, yeah, they've already served their time. Like give them a fucking chance.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Do you believe in obviously the Republican part, the right, doesn't believe in reform of any kind. They don't believe in rehabilitation.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was even worse with Pence. He was just like, yeah, and I'm going to make it that they don't even get life in prison. We just kill them.
Right.
Like,
well, he's talking specifically about mass shooters, but...
Yeah, but, I mean, it's that mindset. It's basically saying, like, it's not harsh enough. We need to go even more extreme.
Right.
And before you know it, like, say you do make that, like, an automatic death penalty or whatever, then, you've moved the needle that direction. And who's to say now,
right,
like,
I know, I agree.
all first-degree murderers and so on.
Right, yeah, it brings you closer. I know the proverbial needle moves in a direction further this way, but, I'm not really pro-death penalty. Yeah, I'm fine with, like, because... Well, what's that really going to do? People who go in mass shootings probably have rationalized that they're not going to make it out of this one. Mm-hmm. They know they're going to their death. They know that they've come to terms with that. That's why they're doing it, because they already assume they're not going to live through it. They have a death wish, and so that's why they're they don't expect to get out of it alive. But they won't kill themselves.
That kind of like final messages. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So a death penalty. My point is, a death penalty is not going to scare them into not doing it.
Yeah, exactly. The punishment that is being told to people, it's not enough. There's no extreme that you can make that's gonna change the value and change what happens. So at which point then why are you doing that? Just for getting angry people to feel satisfied or whatever? Like that's...
Well, what if we went back to drawing and quartering people?
Yeah, and then we'll have that on TV.
Yeah.
Really we can just like pay-per-view it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll take down the national debt.
Right. George Carlin.
Oh, really? Did he say something along those lines?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I was just saying bullshit. Maybe subconsciously I remember that. I don't know.
He didn't say specifically drawing and quartering, but he said like, "Oh, let's go back to capital punishment. Put it all on TV."
Okay, I remember bringing that now.
Yeah.
Good point.
Budweiser would jump at that shit in half a minute.
Yep. I remember that. Yeah, Yeah, and then the other thing I wrote down is about like the medical care and them saying like, oh, we need to put patients in the driver's seat for them to be able to decide like what tests they get and all that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking like,
they don't know.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna go and I'll be like, I have this thing wrong with me. Like I feel a pain in this area.
Right.
Half the time you're just gonna be saying, you know, bullshit.
This is the answer.
Like that's why there's doctors.
Oh.
They interpret
Carolina,
that.
your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our 8th graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades.
But do you expect any less in South Carolina?
We got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read
Funny
by
how that
3rd
also
grade is
lines
4
up
times
pretty
less
well
likely to
with their
graduate
child
high
left
school.
behind.
We need to do reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's competition. We need to move all the programs from the federal government down to the states and let states decide what education looks like in their states. Right. And we need to start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back in our high schools, and let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back included. We've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have the jobs of the next generation.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%. And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school districts in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is.
Yeah, now it's not the worst school. Now it's just the least bad school.
It is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Governor
He's anti-teachers union? What the fuck?
Florida's new Black History curriculum says, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6, 5, and 3-year-old.
Florida.
This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice. We enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. We enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
Senator Scott, you oppose to these new standards. What is your message for Governor DeSantis?
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken the one sentence out. America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on earth because we faced our demons in the mirror and made a decision. So often we think that all the issues, you talked about crime and education and healthcare, we always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge though. Black families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail, and you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore hope, you've got to restore the family, restore capitalism, and put Americans back at work together as one American family. Our nation continues to go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth, and frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader, and I'm asking for your vote.
I'm going to have a question for you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
He's not going to win.
10.7 million students in
Nobody
over
knows who he is.
18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met two young women early in this campaign.
Specifically on parental rights in schools.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what the hypocrisy of this is? Even New Hampshire failed to actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide. And I'm sorry, it is not compassionate to affirm a kid's confusion. That is not compassion, that is cruelty. I met two young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely the right.
Would you try to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right?
We are going to require states absolutely have to follow that through.
Governor Burgum just to follow up on this,
rights.
because you in your state, you do not have a law that says parents can't be notified, but you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say something, because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or health care or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience as a business leader than I think this whole group combined. I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning. So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers' unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council. Everybody gets in the room and the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned about, worried about parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education. That needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states. Do what we did in North Dakota. Instead of like, oh, here's a choice school and here's an old school, the old way with the teachers union, the kids are trapped. We made every school in North Dakota an innovation school. Every school got out from under the red tape, and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts, they can get credit for all of that stuff in North Dakota. And by the way, North Dakota is now at the top of the median SAT scores in the country right now.
Vice President Pence. The Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ+ people is on the rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks and discrimination?
Well, as President
He's not the guy to ask.
I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American, from every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked Doug Burgum. Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years. And so full disclosure. Look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country. And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it. And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear.
They're never very clear.
When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents, I weighed in with a foundation.
I don't think that's true.
Not bad policy. That's crazy. Right. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender
Just kids or
agenda,
everybody?
And we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. You empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Next subjects.
Can I just say one thing?
China is investing. If you talk over everybody, we lose time. China is investing heavily in their tech companies. $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development. That is 1 CHIPS Act per year. Governor DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our society's developed. They have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech. We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now they're monopolies. But this issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of our national needs to the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile. Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat them on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as President of the United States.
Governor Christie, I wanted to follow up on this because 22% of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot. And you said in the past that the free market is the way to go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Well, look, what I think artificial intelligence offers us is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now, and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown incredible innovation and progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities for folks. Yes, we have to do retraining for folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to continue to stand strong in the world, pro-innovation, pro-progress. And I will tell you this, as President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Mr. Ramaswamy, TikTok is banned on government-issued devices because of its ties to the Chinese government. Yet you joined TikTok after dinner with boxer and influencer Jake Paul. Should the commander-in-chief be so easily persuaded by an influencer?
So the answer is I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media. We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China, which I favor, if we actually win. So while the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, there's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great. And that is why we will end it once we win this election.
I have to jump in here. I'm sorry. There's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say. Because I can't believe here you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages, they can get all of these things.
This is very important for our party.
Exactly what they're doing.
This is very important for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us. You went and you were in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives. We need to ban it.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
I think, excuse me.
They finally mentioned Hunter Biden.
15 seconds, Mr.
They had mentioned it briefly once, but
I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Commandment in his honor. And the answer is that is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage. They disagree, but let's have a legitimate disagreement. That's what I would say.
Stuart, can we get back to the question? The question
we
is
cannot.
on technology.
Governor DeSantis, I'm going straight.
On this stage
Sir,
that has a
we will have to cut your mic, and I don't want to do that. I don't. So, Governor DeSantis, let me go to you. Experts say President Putin has ordered assassinations across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties with the U.S., and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion. But
that's
is
nothing.
it in our best interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay
That's
annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops, and we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
But it's not a territorial dispute. It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed. It's a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not paid by Ukraine. It's paid by the NATO, our NATO allies.
So I think it's a good topic.
I think it's a really good topic too. But I will say, let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military. By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until you return to talk. So hold on. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish I'll be happy to debate on this.
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, an attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin is Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
A win
that has
for Russia is a
that
win
is not
for
true.
China.
We're driving
a win
Russia.
For Russia
excuse
is
me.
a win for China.
Excuse me, Nick. You'll have
but
a chance.
I forgot you like China. That's
no,
why
you'll have your chance
Wow.
in just a moment.
Yeah.
The hurling personal insults isn't
So
helping.
he's a Chinese shill,
China is
huh?
the real enemy,
That's
and we're
that's
driving
the
Russia
insult.
further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this. Especially, this is a country whose president just last week
Vivek,
was
if you
hailing a
let
Nazi in
Putin
his own
have
ranks.
Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
We need a
Peace
reasonable
comes
plan
through
to
strength.
We need a reasonable plan to peace.
Governor Christie.
The Communist Party of China is the real enemy.
Governor Christie. Governor Christie. President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart.
What New World Order?
They're all connected. The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader. This is the person who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me tell you, if you think that's where it's going to stop, if we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. This is a guy who said, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. And when I'm president, we will.
Governor Burgum, I want to get to Governor Burgum. He hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to really like, or at least you have experience in it. And we need to talk about America's farmers, because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China. and think that's a foreign policy, that will make our nation less successful, make us more poor, and at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable.
They're giving him way too much time, I think.
It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies
Ding,
that
ding,
are
ding.
actually the existential threat to America's future.
Thank you.
Can I speak about
Governor Haley, Mexico's president called who supports sending U.S. military into the country, quote, scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner and border security. You say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So, this means boots on the ground, drone strikes?
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations, and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China, because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl. And then we'll do the special operations, and we'll get it from both sides. This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying up our farmland. He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans. He didn't focus on the fact that they were stealing $600 billion in intellectual property. He didn't focus on the fact that they put a spy base off our shores in Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
All right. I want to get to Senator Scott. You're all auditioning for the job as President of the United States. You want to earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
Well, one of the things I've had the good fortune of doing is serving on committees in the United States Senate, like the Senate Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also on the Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation, passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets and sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able to get past 23-0 in the polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question,
I've been keeping up with that one as well.
If you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested
but
the
yeah, it
attack
hasn't
was
been
coming.
a whole lot on there.
Having the right intelligence partners
Mispronounces
with
Kamala.
us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever happening. Having that experience for the last 10 years is really important in getting the job done.
30 seconds to you, Mr. Pence.
Big
I think you
tech
asked a question about
censorship.
executive experience. I think it's vital.
Yeah, I did mark that one actually.
Yeah. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices. And it's because Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. This is a time for those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan brought forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as they said at the top of this debate, whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism unmoored to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified, and most consistent conservative in this field, and I'm ready to lead America at home and abroad on day one.
Time for choosing to go to a break. Ilya.
We need to go to a commercial break. Reagan built a coalition that lasted decades. Can any of these candidates do the same? We'll take that up when the debate continues.
So I think we should be able to count that as heir to Reagan.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that. Yeah.
It's like saying like we're all heirs of Reagan. Like, yeah. We're there.
Yeah. Oh my God, I don't even know where I was thinking of something and then I completely lost it. Because he had something Chris Christie said.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time I see him as being the most sane of the people that are there.
But then he'll say something weird, like going against
Republican.
But then he'll say something crazy, like going after the teachers union.
Right? Yeah, because there's that whole thing. It's like I have heard some arguments, to be fair, of some issues with like policies in place to be like, no matter how bad a teacher is, like it's practically impossible to fire a teacher. So I would be like, okay, there needs to be some maybe negotiations or something. But to just be like, no, we need to outlaw teachers unions or whatever the fuck. Like, no, that's obviously an insane knee-jerk kind of reaction. It just does not make sense. I mean, that's the reason why there is like a whole like idea of a teachers union anyway. It's the everything that they're attacking teachers on right now. It's like, oh, it's CRT, and oh, we need to make sure that parents have 100% access to everything in the classroom at all times and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, teachers were like, well, at what point do we ensure that we get to not have because as soon as you do that, it's like, okay, well, you have 30 different kids with 30 different parents or whatever per class. You're going to have differing of opinion. There's going to be no way that you can ever say anything that's not going to piss somebody off.
Right.
And that's even going so far as to be like, today we're going to teach about biology and evolution. Be like, whoop, red flag, red flag. It's like, this is fact. I'm teaching facts over here. So, yeah, that's an impossible ask. Like, that's why I think there's teachers' unions in the first place.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, and then they made a comment about, like, putting states in charge of education. And my thing is, like, because one of them even said later on, it's like states are in charge of education. Like, yeah, this isn't being mandated from some federal level.
Right.
Like, that's just the norm. Like, it sounds good, for getting people on your side to be like, oh, yeah, we really need to have it more local control, whatever. And it's like, it already is, dumbasses.
Yeah. It's funded locally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funded by local tax dollars, which are property taxes, which already has some problematic elements to it by itself.
Right, because it's not statewide. Yeah,
there's like local school districts and all kind of shit.
Yeah, there's local school. Yeah, exactly. So we already have that.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, the issue is more that there is not enough of a clear mandate in what things are. Because that was actually one of the things my roommate was reading up about for like his doctorate program right now. Yeah, it looks like they're coming back though.
Welcome back to the Republican primary debate here at the Reagan Library. We've got a lot more issues to cover and a lot more questions to go. So let's dive right back in. We're here in California, where gas is nearing $6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill. But the courts won't let you. Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run through the courts and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do that's easy.
Forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And it addresses the national debt as well as brings down prices. Put people back to work. We are using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work. That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis. It contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place. This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as their next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority on dollar stability, and then most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state, reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%, rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses both large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy. That's how we revive the integrity of a three-branch constitutional republic rather than this technocracy and aristocracy in the administrative state.
Response, please.
I think one of the signature accomplishments of our administration was in just a few short years, we achieved energy independence. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years. But on day one, Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was no surprise because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he was going to end fossil fuels. And they've been working overtime to do that ever since. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not only reclaim energy independence, but in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on Earth. I believe in the next 10 years, with the right policies and experienced leadership in the White House, we can reclaim our role as the leading energy producer on Earth, and that'll grow the American economy for generations to come.
Governor Haley, reaction to that, please.
As the only person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the energy question?
No, Governor Haley.
So, you know, the first thing I'll say is what I saw at the United Nations is energy security is national security. We need a president that understands we have to partner with our producers and make sure that we have their backs. What you don't need is a president who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking. He's against drilling. He's been against, you did it. He always talks about what happens on day one. You better watch out, because what happens on day two is when you're in trouble. Day two in Florida, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you did it on federal lands, and you took green subsidies that you didn't have to take.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned. You have the right to respond. 30 seconds.
Yeah. I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing, and we are going to lower your gas prices. We are going to get that job done because it's important for our national security, it's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
Governor DeSantis, Governor DeSantis,
Governor
DeSantis, this question is for you.
Our voters enacted a constitutional amendment.
You banned it before they voted.
No, it's not true.
You banned it before they voted, and not only that, they didn't vote on fracking.
Totally wrong. They voted it in. That's what we did. Onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't have as much as maybe West Texas, but we do it. But that was a constitutional amendment. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
And the voters didn't even vote on fracking, and you banned
We
fracking.
are moving on with this question for Governor DeSantis. Governor, excuse me, we cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time. My apologies for that.
I'm ready, Stu.
Governor DeSantis, this is your question. The Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness, but you say colleges should be on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? The cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also just want to come back to something Dana asked last segment about 9/11, because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the military as a result of that. I had been a blue-collar kid, minimum wage in Dunedin, Florida. I ended up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School and somehow came out more conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American, and I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war, I think that's going to help me as commander-in-chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's husband is serving right now as well, and we thank him for that. Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her.
Certainly. One of the things I'd say is if you look at our national debt of $33 trillion, I would love to have an opportunity to have this country pass a balanced budget amendment. That would constrain the spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation, number one. Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt, you have to grow our economy. In order to grow our economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in three specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleashed all of our energy resources. America is we're the richest country if you combine coal, gas, and oil. Why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the history of the country, and a 70-year low for women.
Governor Haley, would you think you would deserve the promotion over him?
Look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending.
You voted
he has made sure that the borders are open and they haven't done anything. Look at everything in South Carolina. 12 years. Where have you been? Where have you been, Tim?
I voted on most of those things.
We've waited and nothing has happened.
Here's what you've done.
Here's the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish
all these guys have said
here's the
things,
fact.
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley,
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to stand up for parents' rights, to keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
CEO? We actually have a CEO in the White House, which is what I think we need. If I may just briefly interject here, we need a zero-based budgeting. That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with 0 as the baseline for the budget, and then see what's actually necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it. But successful companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO, will do it. And I think we need a CEO in the White House to get that done.
Governor Burgum runs a state that way. Yes,
tech
go
questions,
ahead.
you didn't ask the only guy that's been in tech. You have energy questions, you don't ask anything. But I'm just going to say right now, when you say nobody else has done it, the energy plans that have all been announced in the last month by these other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about, we've got troops down at the border flying helicopter missions from North Dakota, from San Diego to the Gulf Coast. trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. It's not saying nobody else done the big fights. North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales, and we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting the Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now. Energy, economy, national security, have been talking about it since day one, and now finally, good, we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
Governor Burgum, let's talk big government. This question's for you. Big government keeps getting bigger. 1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgum, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, we shrunk the state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government job, there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you can engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do, and they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is totally possible to do it if you have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor DeSantis, I want to ask you about something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win state. Governor DeSantis, how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing.
Are you talking about Trump again?
I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. I was at, my wife and I earlier today were at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, every single person has purpose and worth. We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in. I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor Christie.
So every person has their worth, unless, of course, they've committed a felony.
Okay. Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans can do that
or
in
the second
if
once
this
you're
referendum
or this,
is on the ballot there?
Yeah, right. Then you're not a person. So we should redefine person.
Then why are all these other states losing?
Well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way it should be led. And in fact is, look, I was a governor here of the only blue state that's represented up here. This is where the fight is really tough for Republicans, and those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding. 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights in the states. But what you need is a leader who can talk to people and make them understand that if you're pro-life, you have to be pro-life for the entire life, not just the 9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and we haven't spoken one moment about treatment. But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup, her life is precious too. And we need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in the blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
Thank you. Vice President Pence. The latest Univision poll found that 73% of
the thing I was saying that they wouldn't say.
Think the Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis
they're realizing
has translated his campaign
I mean,
into Spanish.
eventually
I think it's
Republicans.
mostly just him,
Reach out
honestly.
to Latino voters.
Huh?
I think it's mostly just Christian.
Oh, it's mostly just him, yeah.
Bridges to every community in this country.
He's less insane than
And I'm
everyone
incredibly
else.
proud of that.
I fully admit.
Tax cut and tax reform bill. I worked on Capitol Hill to help get that bill passed into law.
Not gonna win though. But
Largest tax cut in American history. We saw
But none of these guys are.
literally the lowest
I know,
unemployment ever recorded for Hispanic
This is more. This really is
lowest
just
unemployment ever recorded for African Americans. 50-year
political
low
wrestling.
for women. So I think the president of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream
WWE
for
of political
every
of intellectual
American.
pursuits. You know.
It begins with the unborn and the aged and the infirm.
It's like this
and it
is
begins
them
with every ethnic
auditioning
group
for
in this
vice
country.
presidency.
And I promise you, if I'm president of the United States,
It's turned into this
I'll
a
be
spectacle,
champion. I'll be
like
a champion for
you
the
know,
American dream, for Hispanic Americans,
the same
and
as
for
a
every
football game.
American. So help me God.
Senator Scott, reaction?
Yes, there's no doubt that if you lead by example,
More people watch
it's
football,
the best
though.
way to get the job done. If you look at my office in the Senate,
Yeah, they need
my
to start like a point
chief of
system
staff
and be
is the
kind of like a
only
whose line is it
Hispanic
anyway point system.
female
It's on.
chief
Yeah.
of staff in the Senate. I hired her because she was the best, highest qualified person we have. What we need are leaders who lead by example. And I will simply say, I would love to finish my conversation with Nikki as it relates to the job that needs to get done. Nikki offered a 10% gas
Not
tax
him.
increase in South Carolina.
No, I meant just
Someone who has never seen a
that
federal
video I
law
sent
she
you
doesn't
where he's
like.
pretending to run.
10 cents on the gallon in South Carolina. As the UN ambassador, you literally put $50,000 on curtains and a $15 million subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the gas tax in South Carolina multiple times against the establishment.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and you
YouTube
want to know what that 10 cent was? When they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much that I said the only way I will pass it if you will give us
All you have to do is go watch Nikki Haley on YouTube.
If you will give me 3 times the deduction in income tax, then I will look at your gas tax, which is why it didn't happen. Secondly, on the 50 million.
Here is a nice part.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your homework, Tim, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
Did you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping.
What are they talking? They're talking about curtains. I saw out the window and I just couldn't resist it.
Oh no! You know, most people wouldn't even get that reference.
I know.
They're like, "Who's Carol Burnett?"
I know.
A commercial break. We'll have more of the second Republican debate live from the Reagan Presidential Library in just
And
a
even
few
if they know who
moments.
Carol Burnett is, then they probably wouldn't get the reference to Gone with the Wind.
Right.
So yeah, and yet if you
Do
do
you
all
trust
of those
our
things,
government?
that joke is just fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. I know. Oh God. I'm using like 60s references in modern era in modern media. But I just think a reference is a reference. It doesn't matter how long it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's just the, you know, like I said, most people just at this point wouldn't even, like, so many things would have to be explained to them. It's the classic, like, explaining the joke to someone.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like you'd have to have kind of a pretty wide understanding of media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would argue that that is one of the like classic moments of television because it was so good.
Right.
You know, there's of all the skits that were ever in the Carol Burnett show.
Right, that's
that
one of
was,
the most
like,
popular.
pinnacle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a bunch of skits, but yeah, that was the pinnacle of it. One of them, and then the what's his face is where he made everybody laugh. He started telling Tim Conway started telling the joke about the Siamese elephants or whatever. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah, that one's not ringing a bell.
Okay. Yeah, well, the Gone with the Wind ones, yeah, you'd have to know Gone with the Wind, but who doesn't know Gone with the Wind, right? I mean, unless you're young.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, because it's already an old movie by, old people standards.
Right.
But it's a classic, so it lasted longer, but I don't know. I kind of feel like most people my age, even, on average, would not know it.
What about Wizard of Oz?
Weirdly enough, I do feel like that one is known, but I think like that's carried over probably primarily because of references with connections to like LGBT community.
Right, probably.
That I don't know how many people will say that they've actually seen it, but they'll know like all the pieces that have made it into like common.
Yeah, plus Wizard of Oz had other pop cultural things like the whole in the music world, the whole like Pink Floyd play right after the third lion or second lion's roar, you drop the needle and it syncs up with Wizard of Oz, Dark Side of the Moon, or one of those albums. I've never done it, but anyway.
Yeah.
And even though Gone with the Wind was one of the first in color, I think Wizard of Oz was too.
Yeah, because wasn't it something about like the reason why they had to do some black and white sections of Wizard of Oz is because Gone with the Wind was using the color cameras.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they came out in what, 1939, I think, or 38 or 39, something like that.
That's probably about right.
Yeah, Gone with the Wind's been around. So then the Carol Burnett show, and that was only like the movie was only 25 years old, at that point.
Yeah, that'd be the equivalent now of somebody making fun of Titanic.
Titanic, right, exactly.
It's just like, okay, yeah. We know what that is.
Right. And roughly about the same distance, too, from making that movie to the actual Civil War.
Yeah, true.
That's a good comparison, timeline-wise. And there are people that still make jokes about Titanic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's,
the Jack and Rose thing, yeah. So like
it can still be a thing.
Right. And they still make fun of Gone with the Wind, too. Like, it's just not as known, but if they say, everybody knows the name Gone with the Wind, I think.
I feel like it is more likely that the name is known, if nothing else about it, yes.
Right, yeah.
You all stay in the race. Former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So, which one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island?
Ha!
Please use your marker to
Wow.
write your choice on the notepad in front of you.
This is how much
15 seconds,
pop culture
starting
has.
Of the people on the stage, who should be? I'm absolutely serious.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, we're happy to debate, but I think that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
I'll answer. I want to be clear about this. If I may.
Let me ask you something.
Yep.
Then if you won't answer that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
Yes.
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So polls don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents. Right. And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, We turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card. Who was it?
No, but I'll certainly tell you. Go. Okay. Yeah. Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage,
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump. He needs to be voted off the island.
I've had those conversations.
Can we get Vivek 15 seconds?
You have 15 seconds, Vivek.
Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation.
Ken's mute.
That does it. I repeat, that does it. For the second Republican primary debate live from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
Oh, they're not doing closing marks?
Candidates, we've loved having you
They
here
talk too
tonight,
much.
and we will see you out on the campaign trail.
Shit, okay.
Thank you for doing
Yeah, I
this,
guess it's 10 o'clock.
Buenas noches.
They got to go get dinner.
Hi, welcome to Hannity.
Oh my God, yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah, that's nuts. Oh, if only they'd called the DC swamp.
Yeah.
They're so close. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be tough. I think to declare a victor in this one.
Yeah.
Because even like if I had to look at like a time thing, I would probably guess Ramaswamy spoke more than anyone else. But I don't think that the stuff he was saying would be automatically deserving of, oh yeah, he won.
I don't think it resonated. I don't think what he was saying was resonated. Pence, I would think it would be either Pence or DeSantis.
Yeah, more than likely. That is probably where I think it would fall to. It would probably be like, looking at like, well, who was the most presidential or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think Pence was a little too
stiff,
like reserved.
Too reserved, yeah. He was too reserved. I thought that, like I said, I think DeSantis or I don't think Chris Christie. He's too much of he had too many like gimmicky one-liners.
Yeah, and then the few times that he does say something policy-wise, it's not in line with what the far right, voters and everything would want anyway.
Right.
So, yeah, he's shooting himself in the foot for sure.
Right.
Even if the stuff he says, by comparison of most of them, it does make more sense than the rest of them.
Right.
But I mean, Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like he's like, oh, I've been a Republican in a blue state for governor for so long, whatever. And I'm like, how and why? Like if you have a choice of a Democrat in a Democrat state, I don't get it.
Because they convinced them. There are plenty of Republicans up in New Jersey, yeah, but they convinced him. I don't know who he was running against.
Right.
So. And it does happen, but like Rhode Island's always blue. There's never a red. It never goes red. But yeah, it's just I don't know what I don't know what the country can, what the Republicans would pick if they can't have Trump,
Yeah, I think it does seem so obvious at this, all things being equal right now, that Trump is going to be the nominee again. But we do have enough, stuff being thrown into the mix along the way that it's hard to say. If people like start legitimately seeing him being found guilty of, federal crimes, and felonies, and he's labeled a felon, I don't know how many are going to continue to stick with him.
Only the far right.
Yeah, obviously a good portion, but I think there's got to be enough sane ones to tip the scales.
I think the people, but the Republican Party, if there's too many felons, the Republican Party in it, and they won't support him. They may not support him. You know what I mean?
But since they still do primaries and going with whatever it is that people voted on.
Right, but they won't nominate Trump. No, they have a choice not to nominate him.
Well, that would kind of look like a kick in the teeth, though, if people during the primaries all voted for him, and then in the very first round of officiating who the people voted for, they decide, no, as a party, we decided no. Despite everything all you people on the ground voted for.
Oh, no, not once people are done voting. Like, I guess, get him out of the primary. Can we get him out of not being able to run in the primary?
I don't know. Yeah, that's. I don't personally know of any.
So it does lie with the people. Oh yeah. So I guess I'm thinking of like the Republican Party. Yeah, the people nominate, because that's how they win the primaries.
Yeah, because Democrats do have a mechanic for that, because they have the whole. What is it? I want to say super voters, but that's not quite the word. It's
super PAC?
Like that. No. It's the people that have votes that's not part of the primary.
Yeah.
It's like people of influence in the party get super votes or whatever. And I forget the term for that. I think that got weakened because of all the shit that Sanders rightfully pointed out. But it still is an aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever those are called, I forget the term for them.
Yeah.
I don't think Republicans have a mechanic like that in their nomination process.
Right. It is democracy, so I do agree with democracy. So it's like I'm just trying to. It's really just in the hands of the people, because they don't have we don't have the ability to not nominate him for the primary.
Yeah, but
because he's already, he's already in the primary, so yeah, you can't kick him out.
Yeah, and unless they can find some technicalities on some of the individual states, if maybe some obscure law was passed at some point in a state that said that like a felon can't be part of the primary or something, because I know the states do have a little bit of power over that process, I believe. But I doubt it, because it's never come up before. So it's like, why would you make a law saying that when there was never a concern about it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe afterward, though.
Now, can states decide to have a certain candidate on their ballot or not?
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying about maybe not if he's a felon thing, that maybe they have some stipulation that would be able to kick him off it. Otherwise, I don't think so. I don't think there's any rule for it, because usually, as long as you meet the criteria that would be, I think, fairly standard boilerplate kind of stuff, like you have the number of like signed signatory whatever signatures you need, and you know are able to pay the fees and the stuff involved, I'm pretty sure that most states put you on there then. And it's usually the candidates that just poll so freaking low that can't even get the required signatures that try to do the whole like, oh, write in my name, it's gonna work. And it's like, yeah, no one. There's been like no candidate ever that's been elected by write-in or something. I mean,
Right.
probably not. Right? Maybe in like some small town when they were like electing a mayor, you know.
Right. No, but I mean, can the states decide not to represent a candidate on the ballot?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not aware of any way that would prevent that.
So I guess you can't do that anymore. Like
Probably
just
not.
not put the person's name.
I mean, obviously every state could have its own individual things, and maybe that's just something we don't typically know, but I would be very surprised to suddenly learn that that is something that they have the ability to do.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into it that much. All I know is that back during the before the Civil War, I was reading about this the other day. We were talking about all the stuff, you know, the history of Washington and all that, and Lincoln, and I was looking up how like Lincoln, basically, he wasn't even on the ballot in the South.
Okay.
And the reason why is because there was no Republican. The South didn't represent the Republican Party. They didn't like the Republican Party, and they didn't want the newly formed Republican Party's, you know, lead candidate on the ballot.
Right.
So he didn't even get there, but he still won anyway. Even though,
I mean, there you go.
You know, so they didn't need, and that was what caused the secession in the first place, was because the South started freaking out, going, "Well, now it does this. You know, the North can do anything, and they don't even need us." And they believed the Republican Party was going to wage a war against slavery and just keep going until slavery was, because it was their economy was based on that.
Right.
And without it, they wouldn't survive. So they wanted to, they felt that the Lincoln administration and the Republican Party was going to go after them and basically kind of overhand. That was their rationale, right? And the abolishment of slavery too. So they started seceding. But Lincoln said they weren't going to go after them because of slavery. You know?
Although, I mean, that would be taking the word of a politician, so I can understand their concerns in that regard.
What?
That if a politician says, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do the thing that you don't want."
Well, yeah. Well, he said that after he was elected. Lincoln said that after in March. He said, "I'm not going to go after the South because of slavery." And he wasn't. The government didn't actually react, but the states had seceded by then. The states didn't secede until after Lincoln got elected. It was like a month later they started seceding, and before he even took office, 7 states had seceded. And then once he took power, he just said, "I'm not going to do anything about that, but you can't secede, And
Right.
Part of the reason why is because they seized the southern states seized federal property, federal forts. So Lincoln had to go after, it's federal property,
Right.
And federal soldiers were there, and they were running low on supplies, and they said, "Well, we're going to send supplies." And the South said, "If you supply a federal fort in our territory, we would consider that an act of war." So when they did it, and the first siege at Fort Sumter in South Carolina, that's kind of what started it. And then Lincoln said, well, we got to retake these forts. So he built up forces to retake the forts, you know. And that was the beginning of the Civil War, basically.
There you go.
From what I understand. Sound accurate?
Yeah, generally. I mean, if anything, like I was saying, I think that was probably a bit more detailed than I remember from my courses, honestly. But that was also during near the end of the course chunk of time when we, I know, didn't have classes for like a few weeks or whatever.
But I just explained it to you in like 10 minutes.
I know, right? Yeah.
That's kind of just like the layout of events. Obviously, things are more complicated than that. I mean, you can go back further into it, and it's like, why did the South secede? Well, it was over a bunch of things, but slavery was a major deal. You know, they believed the North was going to go after them, but originally the North was just in the Republic. It was like, keep slavery in the states; they already exist, but we don't want to do any westward expansion of it. And they even drew a line across the longitude border or whatever.
49th parallel or something?
Yeah, right.
Is that I think that's the words.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I know they also did, like, whenever they were adding states, they would come up with agreements to be like, oh, okay, we're going to add 2 states at the same time. And one will have slaves and the other one won't.
One, right, yeah. Yeah, it was like a tit for tat.
In order to maintain the balance of power.
Yeah, exactly. And then they were passing this bill to decide of whether the federal government should decide whether states should have slaves or not, should be a slave state, or it should be left up to the states. And so it passed. That was something that Lincoln had fought against. He wanted the federal government to have more of that, I believe, have more of that control, not leave it up to the states, you know, in westward expansion.
Makes sense.
But it didn't. It passed, so the states got their ability to, you know, choose for themselves. And then, of course, you know, you hear people say, like, oh, well, the Civil War, you know, there was also tariffs and taxes and everything else. It's like, yeah, that really didn't have that much to do with it.
Right.
You know?
Like, oh, it was really just about states' rights overall.
Right, states' rights overall. It's like, well, technically, but, yeah, states' rights to own slaves. Because it was part of their economy. It was the method, the mechanism in which they needed to have to exist. Right, if I'm being as cold and calculated about it as I can.
Yeah.
You know?
Because, the North had all the factories that were...
Right.
And they also had issues with families immigrating from the South to the North for the factory jobs.
Right. Right, exactly. Because things were monopolized by the plantation owners for the most part. And that was that's where the South's biggest, you know, income source was. That was their economy, based on cotton for the most part. And because of the automated cotton gin, they could produce more cotton even faster. And they needed, but they didn't harvest it. They still needed to be picked by hand. So slavery expanded. You know. And the other thing of the taxes thing is dumb, because if you actually look at it, I guess in 1857 there was the tariff of 1857 that just was that the taxes were at the lowest rate at this point. Tariffs were at the lowest rate at this point, and it was and the Southern Democrats had Congress and the White House, or had the House and the White House at this point before the Civil War. Nice. So then they lost the House in 1859. James Buchanan, president. He was when he they were talking about a new tariff, which was his idea, and he was a Southern sympathizer, and he agreed to do a new tariff which would raise the tax rates back to where they were before 1857, but still not to their highest point. And all this stuff was put into place to back in 1828 to pay off the cost of the War of 1812.
Right.
So at this point, the North had already gotten rid of slavery by 1807 or 8 or whatever it was. And then you go up to about 1850. Before that, they'd always had a law in place, like it was called, I'm sure you've heard of the Fugitive Slave Law, right?
Mm-hmm.
So before that, it was the federal government's responsibility. Then they created another law in 1850, revised that basically, to say that now then they held individual citizens responsible too. Mm-hmm. You know, to report slaves and send them back. And if they didn't, people would be fined, you know.
Yeah.
And that drove a wedge culturally even more between the North and the South. That still, you know, there still reverberates a little bit today. But that the South, a lot of northern states, the courts ruled that the fugitive slave law was unconstitutional, and they didn't enforce it. Mm-hmm. So the South complained that, you know, the North wasn't holding up to our side of the bargain. They weren't enforcing this law, and their fear of the Republican Party and the fact that Lincoln was elected without their support. Well, of course they wouldn't have your support because he wasn't even on the ballot. You know, it's like if he was on the ballot, it just probably would have been, he would have won by a wider margin.
Right.
So but anyway, that was their justification. And that whole, if somebody says it's like a tax thing, that whole tax tariff thing was talked about in the fall of 1860, before the Civil War started, before Lincoln was elected, right? That election year. Mm-hmm. It was discussion. They were talking about it. But it didn't pass until after Lincoln got elected, right? And Lincoln didn't pass it. Buchanan passed it 2 days before Lincoln took office. That was his tariff thing. But they knew about the tariff, so if they were really concerned about that if the Republican Party, that was going to pass, no matter what, since it was Buchanan's thing anyway, the South would have seceded before Lincoln. Mm-hmm. Lincoln took office, but no, they waited till after because they could use that as an excuse to, you know, he was going to come after the South. And the other thing that makes it even dumber is that because the bill did pass, and it passed without any of the South's support. Well, yeah, of course it did, because they seceded. They no longer had any seats.
Right.
To if they had stayed in the Union, they would have been able to vote the bill down anyway. It wouldn't have passed. Mm-hmm. So they obviously knew that, but they seceded anyway. So it's almost like they seceded for another reason.
Right.
Gee, I wonder what it could be, you know?
Yeah, it is exactly that. It's you know, enough time has passed that people feel that they could freely rewrite history, and because, you know, the average American doesn't know, you know, details of history and details of, you know, what is it? Social studies. I'm trying to think of, but it's
civics,
like government,
not civics.
Civics.
Civics, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, civics works.
Yeah.
For some reason, when you said it, my brain translated it as physics, and I'm like, why does that make sense? But then I got there.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. Like that knowledge is just a low enough point that anybody can say anything, and there, you know, it's so easy to believe it because you don't know the truth yourself to automatically counter it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like the crap we were just watching with being like, oh, you know, my voting record says I never voted for that, whatever. And they're like, oh, well, just check. You did. It's like, are either of us going to check?
No.
It's like, if you're inclined to believe one or the other of them, you're just going to do that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's possible to have happen because that knowledge isn't readily known or easily accessible.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's a far larger problem of like our politics have gotten to the extent that they have because civic engagement and knowledge is at an all-time low.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because they have they were saying about the statistic of Congress right now has 19% support, and yet the number of incumbents that are currently in Congress is, I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's got to be 90-something percent.
Mm-hmm.
It's some ridiculous number for that. That for some reason people don't like Congress, but have some strange belief that their congressmen and their senators are good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everyone else's that are crap. And I don't know what delusion people are living in for that. I'm very much on the side of you probably would want to stick with Republican or Democrat, as appropriate, whatever. But if you're not happy with Congress, go with a different person in the primary. If that's the one piece of control you have, I mean, I guess arguably you should actually know more about your representative and not just change it out to change it out. But if you're not happy, then become informed at least about the piece that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely not happening. So many people are so focused on the presidency, which is incredibly important. Half of that on the first year, probably, let alone day one. But people believe that's possible because they don't understand how civics work.
Uh-huh.
It's like the one power that presidents can do is veto things and executive orders, and that's pretty much it. I mean, through stating what they will and won't veto, yes, that does help guide Congress.
Right.
But, and they can use some influence and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, at the end of the day, they're not, dictating policy, for the most part.
Right.
So, yeah, I just don't know, yeah, what all some of their plans are there, and they didn't even have questions about that. How do you plan to work with Congress? There was nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big question. Or what about your approach to Supreme Court justices? Be that future ones or the ones we currently have now, because that's a big point in the news right now of corruption charges. It's yeah, what about that?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the only thing that I think I heard that was actually new to me that I had never heard before was DeSantis's comment about wanting colleges to pay for students that don't get jobs afterward, after they graduate. I was like, that's an interesting proposal. I don't know if that's the answer, but it's at least something new that I haven't heard before that I'll think about. And to give like a reason of like, okay, well, here's why that wouldn't work or something. But other than that, like, it was just like, it was so much standard talking points that were constantly like, you know, put parents in charge of education, and we need to stop China, and, you know, remove all regulations, basically. Like, so they have written, Ramaswamy said remove 50% of all regulations, which is still insane. That's definitely something I never understand with like the Republican mindset, that like regulations are a bad thing. Like,
right, I know, that doesn't make no sense.
Yeah. Like, why do you think a regulation ever had to be created in the first place? It was because a company was doing something, you know, at best shady, and at worst, you know, putting people's lives at risk probably. And we realized the only way to stop them from doing that thing was to put a rule in place saying you can't do it.
Right.
So yeah, any plan to remove 50% of those is absolutely nuts.
They want to dismantle the administrative state, which is nuts. Yeah, because from what half of them were saying, they're basically like, you know, we want the United States to become 50 little countries. Right. States' rights are one thing, but, you know.
Yeah, yeah, because that was one of the things for like the education argument for the idea about like, oh, we need to put the power to states, which, you know, like I said, they already have. But there's an issue that it's like they're already not like creating a standardized idea of what it means to be educated, whatever. It's like, so it's like where you're saying like, oh, okay, well, this is what we're going to teach, you know, third graders, for example. That it, like one of the things I was hearing about is like most school districts, when they are talking about like what the expectations of a third grader are, it's a lot of like vague goals, like, you know, and I can't remember them any off the top of my head, but it's the idea of saying like, you know, low level proficiency in reading or some kind of thing like that. It's like there's nothing you could actually pinpoint down to say this is how you know that they're at this level. And, you know, and I'm like, yeah, if you don't have some kind of a set of knowledge like that, what are you supposed to do? And then that's a problem as well for like when you're transferring between different states, that they all have this issue, and so they can arbitrarily say, oh, well, our education's great, so if you're coming from out of state, we don't recognize that you're as smart as we are, even though nobody has any fucking idea. But they'll still do shit like that.
Right.
So yeah, it's already has issues, and so I'm not saying that we need to have like full standardization, because that has issues, you know, too. But I do, like, after I was like hearing a lot of this stuff, I'm like, yeah, there does need to be some kind of ideas of baseline knowledge that need to be built upon, that you can prove empirically that you have obtained an expected level of knowledge in certain areas to be ready for the next step. Because I mean, yeah, that's even the thing with like, what was it? DeSantis said something about like, oh, Florida's #1 in the metrics of education according to, I forget who.
Yeah, whatever.
Who he cited. And I'm like, okay, how is that possibly determined? But like, based on what? You know, because first of all, I highly doubt that in general, because there's a lot of idiots out there. So, like, we know from personal experience.
I know.
It's probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, Florida, really?
But yeah, there's like, is it their own personal metric? Is it like the Florida?
Right. They had to make their own.
Yeah, because Texas has one. It's the I forget what it's called now, but they used to be called the tax test, and then there was also like it was like TEX for a while. It's been 2 or 3 different things over the years that I hear about. But it's basically just a standardization of, I believe it's like maybe 3rd grade, 8th grade, maybe something like that, or maybe 6th grade, something around there, and then 10th grade. I think it's those numbers. And it's basically like a test that they take at those years to make sure that they are, by the Texas standards, on track for where they should be to meeting reading and writing and, you know, arithmetic goals, basically. And usually those scores are not great. But the point is, though, we as a state were able to create that test as our own metric for whether our students are doing good. So presumably every state is doing that shit. And if Florida, you know, puts the bar so low that you can't even trip over it, then yeah, they're doing number 1. You know? It's like, how would you know?
Right.
So, yeah.
I don't know.
Trying to see what other points I maybe like wrote down here.
Welcome. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Yeah, I did write down that note that they said for the funding to Ukraine, $76 billion only being 5% of our annual budget for the military. Like, yeah, that's like they're literally fighting a war right now against what most would consider to be, you know, our enemy or one of our enemies. As close as that is, you know, the case in the world. And they're like, no, we need to stop that 5% we're giving away, you know, because that's taking away from our, you know, 95% that we're funding for ourselves for them to just kind of sit around and do nothing. Like, wow. You know, I would be like, you know, let's reduce the military budget by like 50%. We'll even give the Ukraine 10% of what we had before. That's still a 40% savings overall. Like, absolutely. Yeah, and then one of them saying like it was like a 90% loan. Actually, I don't know if I've heard that before about it being a loan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
If it is, cool. Frankly, I'm fine with it not being a loan, even.
Right, yeah.
But
it's not even.
If that is true, then they definitely need to shut the fuck up.
Right. It's not even, you know. It's not even, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. It's not even our annual, like, our increase.
Yeah,
right.
What
we increase our military budget.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been
our
sent.
budget is just so
Please visit us again.
ridiculously out of control that you know, I think it's one thing to be like, I guess maybe to be like, oh, you know, lower the budget, which I definitely think we should do. But if you wanted to, I guess, for an election perspective, be like, okay, let's do a full accounting of the military budget and ensure that there is not, you know, any additional waste there. Because what even one of the candidates was saying something about like, oh, well, you know, most government stuff, there's like 20% waste or whatever, and I'm gonna get rid of that. It's like, you don't think the military has that?
Right.
At least?
Right.
Like, you know, it's like if you could get 20% savings from the military, like, you could fund, you know, fucking anything.
I know, right?
I'm gonna see real quick if there's any early estimations of thinking about
who won,
like who won or something.
I think it's a little too early to tell.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
You still there?
Oh yeah, I was just doing a quick.
Oh, look, the research. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Back on track here.
Well, on the list of things that, you know, generally don't matter, the Senate just voted unanimously that they do have to have a dress code while on the Senate floor. In relation to the controversy around Fetterman.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All because of that.
Yeah. Because I guess it was like last week that they like tried doing like a relaxed dress code for a bit. Because I think he made some point about like, why can't I just wear a hoodie? And now they're unanimously like, nope, you have to have coat and tie and slacks.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now, I mean, I know this is like such a non-issue, whatever. I'm like, I don't know if I particularly care that much, but if I had to, decide the side I'm slightly leaning on, it would be to say, yeah, go ahead and have a dress code. You guys are representing our nation in the highest offices of the federal government.
Right.
Let's have a little class.
Right.
But it's right up there with like, can we burn the American flag? Like, generally, who gives a shit?
Right.
But yeah, I think technically you should be able to.
Right. Yeah, it's like American flag. Yeah, you probably shouldn't, but you should have a dress code. But
yeah. Now, with that said, I wouldn't be against a like emergency or something relaxation clause or some bullshit. Like if we're having a 9/11 situation, I don't want the Congress to be prevented from entering the chambers because they just came from a jog or something. It's like, no, there's some circumstances where fuck the dress code, we got shit to do. But in the day-to-day operations.
But you have to have that kind of shit in there, otherwise, it can become a problem. Because you have to dot your I's and cross your T's when you're working in government. That's why it's
absolutely
fucking takes forever to get anything done.
Half of them are lawyers, so
right.
They're gonna find every loophole imaginable. And then sometimes exploit it just, to be a dick, if nothing else.
Right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
like some of the stuff
system.
that fucking Ted Cruz does.
He went to Yale, right? Or Harvard?
Shit, I don't remember. It's one of the Ivy League rich people schools.
Look, kids, if you go to Yale, you can grow up to be like this guy. Ugh.
Yeah. Also, I'm getting really tired also of all the calls that keep being made for like, we need to take money away from the people that work in Congress. Like some kind of sense of like that'll show them.
Yeah.
And it's like there are so few members of Congress that are actually living off of the money that they get from being members of Congress. Like most of them are already millionaires and
right,
own corporations and all that kind of stuff. That wouldn't affect them. The only people it affects are the very few members that got there from like some grassroots you and me kind of thing. It's like, why would we be punishing them? They're the only ones that are actually representing people.
Right. Well, conveniently enough, the ones that actually represent people are the ones that don't have the money to survive something like that. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's another form of oppression. That's why they call for it.
Yeah. But I mean, the frustrating thing is
that's their,
like how many people agree with that. Because
I don't think
they see the world from their own viewpoint about like, oh, I can't personally miss a paycheck. I bet, if they're like me, like somehow believing that they are, then that would really punish them for them to miss a paycheck too.
I don't think Republicans think like that. The way they think is more of like, those people are rich, they can handle it. It's not going to affect them at all. They can afford to take a loss. They're making all the money anyway, They don't think of those people as like themselves in the same way.
That could be true. Yeah. I mean, it still ultimately, I think, comes down to that sense of like, it is
because it
would be an incentive for them to get off their asses.
Right.
And it wouldn't be. They don't give a shit.
Right, it wouldn't be. Yeah, that's the problem. It wouldn't be. All it's going to do is hurt people that are there for grassroots movements. But they don't care because they don't think about Congress people like that. They don't realize, oh yeah, except for the ones, maybe the few that voted for like the Fetterman and the, you know, AOC would be affected. People like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's that same Republican mindset for when Trump was like, I'm not going to take, you know, the presidential pay or whatever, and they were like, wow, he's really like doing this out of the goodness of his heart because he's not taking that. It's like literally he just has to do one very minor shady deal of some kind, and he's made 10 times that amount.
But he did end up taking the money anyway.
Oh, did he?
Later, he took money anyway. He took Super PAC money anyway.
Oh no, I'm talking about the just the pay you get for being president.
Oh, okay. Oh, that. Oh, that. Yeah. Right, correct.
Yeah, the drop in the bucket of like, oh yeah. I mean, granted, for a regular person, $400,000 or whatever per year is substantial, but for, you know, someone who's supposedly a billionaire, that's like saying like, oh yeah, keep your 20. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But so many people saw that as like, oh my God, wow, he really cares about us. He's not in it for the money.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's nothing to him. He literally could just like trade a single favor to some rich oil magnate to be like, I'll take your call for $4 billion. I mean, obviously if he did something like that, you know, clearly quid pro quo, whatever, they would have got him on it, I'm sure.
Right.
But in a roundabout way, you know, because there was that whole discussion about, it was like, oh, it was understood that if you're coming to Washington, D.C., you have to stay in Trump's hotel.
Yeah.
Like, in that sense, I'm pretty fucking bet that he made his money and then some.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and who knows what other elements were related to that kind of thing.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's that small scale thinking that people, that I know at least out here, were really like grabbing onto. And they don't realize that what they're actually advocating for is to have us shifting even more to an oligarchy rather than a representative democracy.
Right. Right, exactly.
Yeah, that was actually I didn't realize this as much of it being an issue until I think it was AOC. I think it was like her first year in Congress where she was making an argument for like why Congress needs to get a raise. Because she was like, this isn't enough money for us to be.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of when I mentioned her. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I first heard that, I was like, really? That does seem a little crazy. But then when I looked into it, saw and actually found out more about the argument, I'm like, oh, 100% actually, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That is an element. In fact, if it needs to be that, and there needs to be more things in place at the grassroots levels for non-millionaires, non-corporate, business owners, whatever, to be able to run for office.
Mm-hmm.
So that we can get more, regular people that actually understand regular problems.
Right. And, well, you got to repeal Citizens United would be a first step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, because this way you could make it basically illegal for people to take corporate donor money.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's another way that, as a grassroots person, if you're trying to get elected, if you're going up against some, business owner,
mm-hmm.
they just got to make a few phone calls, and, they're going to get money to their, super PACs and shit, and just,
mm-hmm.
Drown you out.
Although, you did have a billionaire in the Democratic primary, Bloomberg, completely tank against everybody else. Grassroots
It's true.
Yeah, you know.
But I think it's because he was about as overt as you could get,
right?
As being somebody coming in and saying like, "I want to buy the election."
Right. He was he was Mr. Burns from The Simpsons.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
You know.
Like he came out of nowhere. He missed like the first two debates or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he may have even missed the first two primaries or something. It was like you're coming into this at the latest you possibly can, and then you're spending $1 billion on just like I don't even know what his platform was. It was just I'm existing now. Vote for me.
I bet you these people. I wonder if he did it to write off money. Can he write that off as expenses? You know.
Maybe. Could be something like that.
It's like, oh, this would be fun. Let me bounce around the country and debate these people. Of course, he gets his ass handed to him all the time, but you know.
And he's like, oh, yeah, I might become president.
Mm-hmm.
So non-zero.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. Could have been some kind of money scheme like that.
Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
This is my new ship.
Yeah, it looks. Kind of reminds me of the Excalibur.
A little bit, except these wings fold down and out.
Ah.
So watch this. To get into it, you have to call the elevator.
Nice.
Then you have to use the middle one. This one will take the one on the left will take you to the roof. The one on the right takes you down. It's inside the ship. These are bed chambers. Walk through. This is the cargo bay. For the ship. Open that up. You know? And then you have, and here, this is the front, this is a turret you could sit in. So if you're playing along, you can have your buddies come in, you got a turret here, Oops. And then you have another bed there, and then you have a turret here.
Nice.
Seat. So if you enter the seat, co-pilot seat, you go down here. You got a co-pilot.
Yeah.
Cool, huh?
That is pretty awesome.
So then you have the main pilot seat here, which is this one. Okay.
You are clear to launch.
And that's that. You can see how big it is. can do this. Here, I'll show you the wing here. Wing extend retract.
Thank you, and please visit again.
See?
Oh, okay. It's interesting having a asymmetrical wing like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Guns, missiles, all this stuff. And room to carry plenty of packages.
Nice.
But yeah, let me see if I have any guess I'll lose all my shit if I do this, but if I die, I could win. Let's see if there's any bounties. Bounty hunter. Alright, let's see how this... Oh, that's a fee. I gotta pay a fee. Yeah, let's see what it's about. Only 500. Ugh, there's always a lot of people on. Okay. Chris Roberts came out finally the other day and talked about this game. Yeah.
Like a progress report?
Yeah.
Considering that it seems like they need to say something compared to, Starfield.
Right.
And how that game, actually exists. Right. I mean, this game exists, but I mean in the sense of, like, fully released, considered, completed.
Fully released, yeah. The difference is, they explain like why they were having so many problems. Of course, getting back into this and playing again, it's like this game is way more complicated than Starfield.
Oh yeah.
This is actually more of a space simulator.
Mm-hmm.
And you can actually land anywhere on the planets. These are full-sized planets.
Mm-hmm.
Starfield isn't. Oh boy. I'll set the route there for now. It's not. Yeah, it's definitely more complicated. You can't do any of this like warp from planet to planet, you just click on it and fast travel.
Right.
You can't land on the planet. Obviously there's no joystick support. You can kind of get it to work, but it's not the same. The flying mechanics, you get to land and take off in this. You don't get to do that in the other one,
Right.
That's a huge thing for me. And the actual space combat is just much more satisfying in this game. But this game doesn't have all the NPC stuff, all the dialogue trees. But this is just the persistent universe. So anyway, there is another game that's being developed alongside of this one, Squadron 42.
Right.
And that's where all of the stuff they've only shown a little bit of it. Have you ever seen any of that?
No, not really.
No?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's going to be a lot of similar to what we're seeing here. But if they have any like the cutscenes or whatever, I haven't seen any of that.
Here, let me I should be safe.
Hey, you ever seen a wealthy person?
I hate that shit. I think it's the same thing. Here, let me see if I can get to this. Here. I haven't even seen this.
Okay.
I saw a making of. I didn't see this because it had interviews with Mark Hamill and all that.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
I'm your new wingman, sir.
The coil. Local scum use it for cover to launch attacks. This is their turf, so move on. Keep your eyes open.
Colonel Blair's back.
No southern moves.
Who the hell are you?
We're OMC. And OMC belongs to Sato Khan. Is that your boss? Are we supposed to be scared of him or something? Yeah.
The OMC aren't the only ones listening into comms.
All ships, we're under attack by Vanduul forces. Repeat, we are under attack. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back.
Form up, Cal. You got a point. Copy that. Tally's on me. Let's say hi.
We will win. Because we have to.
Dumb Money is certified fresh on Rotten.
There you go.
Yeah, hopefully that can be released soon.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it'd be cool. Just like see that again. Right now, it's just like the mechanics, you know. that there were. This is not really the game. Oh, I could do packages. Bounty hunter. Ugh. Crazy. Because now I have to go. The last known location for this person is way over here. I don't think I have enough fuel. Maybe I do. Do I? I do? Holy shit. This is a new ship. Wow. Okay then.
Nice.
The only problem is it's going to take a while. That's going to take a while.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm
5 minutes
seeing this right, I think my estimation's closer to like between 9 and 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes.
Unless they actually have a timer or something.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, because it looks like it's at basically 545 seconds, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you're going down 100,000 kilometers a second.
Right.
Cool.
But here's the thing. I can get up.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. If there were things to do like on the ship while you were waiting around.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. Well, there isn't anything to do right now, but there could be, you know.
It's like someday.
Someday there will be. I can take a shit. Oh, that's a sink. Yeah, just fit in there. Ooh, what's this? I can explore my ship a little bit, which I haven't been able to. Oh, I can go lay down. Open. What's in there? Oh. Ooh, storage. I can store stuff in here. Awesome.
That's pretty awesome, yeah.
So where are other storage compartments, I wonder? Ooh, more here. So there's storage everywhere. That's cool. So they really give you an incentive, because if your ship gets destroyed, you can claim your ship, but not the stuff on it. So if you store anything valuable and you get into a combat situation, you die or whatever, you can regenerate, you know. Which they built that into the lore, I guess. Right. Some sort of tech, you know.
I don't see what the big deal is then with the aliens invading, because we have unlimited forces then.
Well, yeah, but eventually they destroy the regen facilities and no more forces.
Yeah, I suppose that would be bad.
Can I sit? Looks like you will be able to at some point. Ah, sit. Oh, you can sit. See, and you could have people like around you in your ship with you. So they could add a whole bunch of stuff. They could add a game of chess right here. Let's play some chess.
Right.
You know, checkers, whatever. And you have like little mini games going on. you could buy arcades for your little thing and play like Space Invaders or something. Of course, you got to have some sort of TV, some literature, you know. You could go nuts with it. And all stuff that like you stock it with, right? Not stuff that it just comes with. Just like Skyrim, you know. But you never have an incentive to ever look at the shit you put in your house in a Bethesda game.
True. Yeah.
Because you're never stuck moving like here. It's like, oh, well, we're here. I can't do anything. I have to get my ship over there. But it's a multiplayer experience, so you're hanging out with your buddy online, playing the game. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it gives you the time to have bathroom breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah, you can take bathroom breaks. You can do that. You can play little mini games if you want to with your buddies and have a social interaction, you know, and exist in the world. And like that's like the main Squadron 42 is the main, you know, campaign. Then you break off and you go into the persistent world that, you know, whatever happens in the campaign, assuming that they beat back the whatever they call themselves.
Right.
Kilrathi, whatever. Might as well be, you know.
But this time they're lizard-like.
Right. A little more believable nowadays.
Yeah,
lizard people.
He went from basing aliens off his pet cat to now based on his pet lizard.
Pet lizard, his iguana. Yeah, yeah, but that works with lizard people. Lizard people.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If anything, it's like I did like the Kilrathi, you know, with cats, whatever is the thing, because I can't think of any other times that has been used in sci-fi. Whereas lizards, you know, and bugs and whatever, like those are much more common.
Right. Yeah, lizards, bugs. You never do with felines because it's another mammal, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although, well, there are the Khajiit or whatever in Elder Scrolls.
True. I did forget about them.
And furries in general.
Right. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whatever. Oh, I better get back in the pilot seat. Almost there. Oh, shit. Oh, wow, that barely used up any of my fuel. Damn.
Yeah, I guess your ship can really get around now.
It's on a cooldown period, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, so. What was I saying? Or what were you saying?
No idea.
Shit, is he actually on a planet? I thought he was in a ship. Hey, he could still be in a ship. I've had him on the planets before. I mean, I would just be happy if they remade Wing Commanders, you know, just remade them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, they could probably even just take the bare bones, you know, engine information from this game and just make Wing Commander happen.
Right. Make it a little more intuitive. Make it a little simpler, like the throttle is easier to deal with and shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Deal with that. Just basically go back to the mechanics of Wing Commander, like throttle up, throttle down, afterburner, simple. Very simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of this, you know, relative speed and actual speed, accelerator up and down, you know, none of that crap. You could, I want landing gear, I want all that, you know, more complicated, that would be fun. Having, you know, armaments, being able to arm your ship, like go into those details, like redo the game. Still have the same missions and everything, keep the same cutscenes, up convert them, whatever. If they can find the original footage and rescan it in. And just remake the game from the original, and then, but for the ones that were basically cartoons anyway, just do, 3D animated sequences, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't even really have to go into, I mean, I would be fine with just portraits, you know? And just moving, and just slightly animated. You don't have to do the whole Pixar treatment, you know?
Yeah.
Although that would be great if they could do, like, you know, Red Dead Redemption level, you know, Last of Us level, you know, cutscenes. But that's a lot of work. Especially for it's basically just like Maniac and Blair talking by a table, you know. You have to turn that into a cutscene. You could rewrite the script, I suppose. Like really remake it. This way you wouldn't even be using any of the original assets of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And now with Wing Commander 3 and 4, I would definitely keep the original footage, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So try to gear everything a little more that direction. All right, here we go. He's coming. You see him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Neutralize. Shouldn't be too difficult. Shit, he has another follower. Almost there.
Almost there.
I know. Damn it.
Like that line delivery is just like, want to redo that one?
Whoa. Whoa, shit. Ah, damn it. He hit me. It crashed into me. Fuck. I'm spinning out.
Oh, you even like blacked out a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
But it didn't take too much damage. The ship's pretty resilient. Fucker. Damn. Boom. Got his ass. Sweet. Cool.
And then now you get money?
I don't know. That's what I was going to check.
Oh.
It looks like it. I know I didn't get any money. That was just my certification. Certification.
Oh, to just prove that you can be a bounty hunter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, bounty hunter. There it is. There. So completed. There we go. Now what else we got? Nothing right now. There we go. Bounty hunter.
Yeah, seems like some easy money.
That's inside a facility. I need guns. That's on the ground.
Oh.
Maybe. Hard to say. I'll accept it. I should probably go repair my ship. I did get hit after all. The other ship, if I'd gotten hit, I'd be dead. I'd have broken a wing off. It'd have been that, you know. Oh, now it wants to take me back to where I was? Ugh.
Well, that just sounds convenient then.
We gotta fly all the way the fuck back there.
That's only another 10 minutes.
Why do that? Why like put those? If I'm taking a bounty here, why make me fly way the fuck over there?
I don't know.
Did I play this one? Oh, let me go back. Well, since I'm here already, I'll... Well, whatever. He's moving. Oh. What was I showing you? I sent you something the other day too. Something that was coming out. You had mentioned it, and then I was like, "Oh, there it is."
Blanking on what?
Hmm?
I'm blanking on what?
I think it was just the fact that Warlock was on Tubi.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I do still plan to look into that and check that out. Yeah, I did go see Haunting of Venice, though. That was pretty decent.
Oh, good. I heard that was pretty good. I don't know what else. I haven't seen any movies lately. Last movie I saw was Barbie. In the theater, anyway.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any particular, off the top of my head, anything else I can think of that I'm really looking forward to seeing or anything.
The Ninja Turtle movie, that's out.
True.
But that's a cartoon. It's like,
right. Yeah. I want to, get some streaming. I'll check it out.
Yeah. I have been watching. I've seen all except the latest one from last day. I've seen all the Ahsokas.
Nice. Yeah, I still haven't seen this week yet. But yeah, I've been really liking them.
Yeah, I've been enjoying them. After the first two, it's like you get into it a little more,
Yeah.
I can't remember. The first one was kind of like, okay, whatever. Didn't really go anywhere. And then the second one was interesting enough, That's and then it got
that
pretty
scene
good.
at the end of the second one when she's like standing there at the painted wall or whatever, and then goes to join Ahsoka. That is a shot-for-shot redo of the final scene from Rebels.
Rebels, yeah, I figured that because everybody on the board already looks like their cartoon character counterpart.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, it was cool that they went out of their way to do that as shot.
I did, even though I've never seen that show. Is it good? Is it worth watching?
I really like it. Yeah, I feel like it has like a very episodic Star Wars feel.
Okay.
More so than a lot of other Star Wars stuff.
Really?
Like, it feels Star Wars.
Do I have to watch any of the other animated stuff for that to make sense?
No, not really.
Like, does it help to have like the Clone Wars? I've seen the movie, the Clone Wars movie with Ahsoka and Anakin.
Funny enough, I haven't seen the Clone Wars movie. I've only seen all of the show.
Oh.
So I couldn't tell you what's in the movie to know how much that covers it.
I went to the theater to see it actually.
Fair.
By myself. And I was in New York at the time. But I did. So you don't have to see that. You don't have to see like Bad Batch or.
Well, definitely not Bad Batch because that was great even after Rebels.
After Rebels. So you don't have to see like. What about the old Clone Wars? The cartoon.
So, when they did Clone Wars, they did a additional season for Netflix at whatever point, and then when Disney Plus got their hands on it, they did a final season. So it kind of has like 3 endings. I wouldn't, for purposes of like getting what's going on at any point in Rebels, as long as you know Ahsoka as a character in general, I wouldn't say there's anything particularly important for anything related to that. They do bring over a little bit with one of the clones from Clone Wars. It was Captain Rex.
Mm-hmm.
He was Anakin's commanding clone.
Mm-hmm.
So he is a character that makes an appearance in Rebels and becomes a main character. And he's older and stuff because they have rapid aging.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that I would say really carries over there is a little bit of the stuff that transpired with Order 66 that was part of the final season that Disney Plus created.
Mm-hmm.
They actually went through when that occurred and the clones dealing with that shit.
But what was the cartoon that was done? The Clone Wars. Not the 3D animated show, but the cartoon.
They had a regular cartoon?
Yeah.
I'm only aware of the 3D animated one. I know they had one that was Star Wars Resistance that's a cartoon.
No, that's new. I'm talking about,
Okay.
this was when, they had Darth Maul in there.
Yeah, that was in the 3D animated.
Was it? Because I remember I remember them being it wasn't all 3D animated. There was some earlier ones, shortly after the prequels were released. They came out.
Okay, there was one it looks like that they did in 2003.
That's what I'm talking about.
It was an animated cartoon. And it looks like Cartoon Network trash. Is how I would describe
Yeah.
the animation style for it. I have no idea. Developed and directed by the person that did Dexter's Laboratory. Okay.
Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I mean, apparently. That's what they're showing the image of. So, the 2008 was the one that was the 3D animated one. So this was a good 3 years before that.
So what was the name of that one, that cartoon one?
Star Wars Clone Wars.
Star Wars Clone Wars.
Not to be confused with Star Wars The Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting confused.
They pulled a Suicide Squad bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. No, I didn't even remember it or know or whatever that was a thing. So, yeah, whatever.
But I thought...
But yeah, Star Wars The Clone Wars is multi-season and goes into a lot of the good stuff.
Yeah, because Star Wars Clone Wars, that was the one I remembered. I thought that was related to the franchise for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's got some stuff in there, but I have no idea. But I do know The Clone Wars, the 3D animated one, does go into when Darth Maul decided to try to set up his own little kingdom or whatever on Mandalore. And he tried to take over as the ruler of Mandalore and the Mandalorians. I think that was either season 5 or season 6. Out of 7. So it was one of the final seasons, but I don't remember if it was original final season, Netflix final season. I don't think it was the Disney Plus one, but it could have been.
Okay, so that's why I'm getting confused, because I remember the cartoons, because this is what... here, let me show you. This is what I remember. This stuff.
Pulling up. Yeah. That's what I just found.
Yeah.
That was 2003.
Yeah. There's Ahsoka right there. Yeah. See, I thought all of this was related to... This came first, and then I thought that they took the Disney Plus movies and moved the not the Disney Plus ones, but the 3D animated one came out after that. It was like a continuation of that show, but maybe, I guess they're unrelated.
Yeah, I mean, With the 3D animated one, though, the episodes are not like chronological order. They just kind of did like very serialized, episodic, all over the place, all over the war. And what you can do now is actually take a guide online that tells you what order to watch the episodes to get chronological order now. And it has you jumping all over the goddamn place in order to, if you want to experience that way. With the exception of the final 2 seasons. They actually just threw that model out and they just made all the episodes chronological order for the final 2 seasons. As like basically end of the war kind of shit going on.
Star Wars Clone War, The Clone Wars was a movie.
Yeah.
In 2008. That's an hour and 40 minutes. Then where's the show? It's not on Disney Plus, I guess.
The animated show is on Disney Plus, yeah.
Oh, I can't find it. All I see is
the 3D show is on Disney Plus.
That's what I mean, yeah. I'm looking for it. All I see is the Clone Wars. If I look at series and specials, I see, of course, Rebels and stuff. I see the Clone Wars, the final seasons, and then I see the Clone Wars, the movie.
Well, whatever it says, the final season, that should be the whole show.
Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just putting the image of the one they made as their primary thing. Yeah, apparently the animated The Clone Wars movie that was 3D is supposed to be, I think, equivalent of like episode 3. So you have to like watch 2 of the individual episodes first, then you would watch the movie, then you would watch other episodes. And it has you jumping all over. Like, it's like, watch these 2 episodes from season 4, then watch, these episodes from season 1, then go to season 3. Like, if you wanted to do chronological order and have things make sense. So, I mean, for the most part, it's decent. I mean, I enjoyed watching it, and you do learn about some of the, seemingly no-name Jedi that, otherwise you wouldn't know anything about, like Plo Koon, for example. And some of the other ones I'm blanking the name on, like Kid something.
Okay.
But it's still very much because of the lack of order, I haven't actually sat down and watched it in the chronological order. That was something I was interested to check out doing, which is why I know that there's a way to do that. But watching them out of order, I know I got to the point where it didn't feel connected enough for me to really like have a lot of my attention. It was actually the final seasons that I actually enjoyed a lot more because they were chronological and they connected to the greater events that were happening at the time. So you had like, oh, well, what was Ahsoka doing during Order 66? And like it's like some of the clones' reactions to Order 66.
Interesting. Oh, maybe I'll watch that
what
at some
happened
point.
to Darth Maul? Yeah.
Maybe I'll watch it at some point.
Because I had forgotten about that. Because Darth Maul, I will say, does also make a few appearances in Rebels too. So,
is he finally dead or no?
I mean, do you want to know?
No.
Okay, well then I won't tell you. But yes, he is in Rebels, and it's pretty good. And I feel like a lot of the characters also, like, you kind of grow a bit more with them. Where Clone Wars, it's like, you of course know Anakin, you know Obi-Wan, but they're trying to make you, like, get attached to individual clones. And it's hard to kind of do that when they're not unique in any way.
Because they're
so
clones.
There's pretty much just Commander Cody and Captain Rex, and that's it. And then, as I mentioned, Captain Rex is the only one that, continues forward from there. Bad Batch is a little bit different though, because their whole thing is like they're supposed to be clones that are modified in some way to where they're not perfect clones anymore, and that therefore gives them unique qualities. And you know, I've been really enjoying that as well. But if there's any Star Wars that I think feels so far removed from overall events of things, it's probably Bad Batch. Like they're like mercenaries doing their own thing.
It's just a separate story that happens to be set in the Star Wars universe.
Practically. I mean, they're doing a little bit of like focusing on like, okay, well, what does it mean for like the clones after the Empire is established and they start trying to, you know, transition to stormtroopers? And the clones are like, well, what about us? So it goes a little bit into that, which I think is kind of interesting. But it's not like, oh my god, I really felt like I was missing this information. It was just like, oh yeah, okay, they're covering that because it hadn't been covered before.
Alrighty. Asshole.
Right?
Well, it looks like I got him though. Whoa. Oh yeah, my missile carrier here hit him. Shit. Those are my missiles.
Yeah, I think their AI might need a little bit of work if they're willing to like fly straight at you and not bank out of the way. Because yeah, crashing into people is bad.
Yeah. All right, get back here and land. But you think Rebels is good then?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It drew me in. It made me care about, you know, the characters and stuff they had going on and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, yeah, it's still, you know, a cartoon or whatever. So it's not like they're getting into like really deep, you know, like elements or hard questions or stuff like that I guess you might attribute to like Andor or something that people are going on about.
I can't get.
On the other hand,
I don't know. I find Andor boring as fuck.
It really is, right? Like, you know, I get the last couple episodes are pretty good, but you have to sit through everything else to get there. So.
Right.
Yeah. Where if you just view Star Wars as like, okay, this isn't really that deep, whatever. It's just like, you know, laser swords and magic in space. Let's have some fun. Then yeah, I feel that Rebels delivers that.
Well, that sounds more like what I want to see. Because that's all Star Wars is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does that. It's not like a mini space battle kind of stuff, but there are some times that it does a little bit of space battle stuff. But it is definitely like 90-something% on the ground, though, with the characters.
Yeah.
So there is, kind of that a little bit. But of course, there's also like Force stuff too, because there's the two characters on that show of course, Ezra and blanking on the other guy's name, but they have Jedi powers, so they're doing Jedi stuff.
Ezra and Sabine, or was it something?
Well, Sabine's the one in the show now that apparently she was training as a Jedi. She was not at any point training to be a Jedi during Rebels.
Oh, okay.
There is another guy who has like a beard or whatever. Actually, yes, I think he had a beard at the start. He ended up changing at some point. He doesn't have a beard, and I forget which way it goes. But he's the guy teaching Ezra for the show.
Oh, okay.
Because Ezra's the one that's like, oh, I've never done anything with the Force before. What is the Force? And then this guy is a escaped Jedi Padawan. Kind of a similar circumstance with Jedi Survivor guy, Cal Kestis.
Yeah.
Where he's still kind of using his Force powers sparingly. But yeah, I'm blanking on his name though. But yeah, it's them, and then Sabine is still in the show. She's just more Mandalorian, art-focused person. And in Rebels, she's like credited as being the one to create the Rebel symbol.
Who, Sabine? Really?
Yeah, because they have her as she is just like tagging that all over places, like after they like win there or something. And eventually when they become more involved in the rebellion, they end up just kind of taking that. And then Hera is also, one of the characters. And then also Zeb, who is like that furry-looking guy from that very brief bit in The Mandalorian.
Landing complete. Pleasant stay.
Yeah. Oh, and Chopper, the droid. Yeah, so yeah, it was definitely been fun seeing them get the live-action treatment. After being used to them being on the show for the animated.
Yeah.
And it was pretty great that they were able to get the voice actors be the live actors as much as possible.
I know, I noticed that.
Yeah.
The guy.
That's nice.
The general, or whatever, the Empire general.
Yeah, Thrawn.
Thrawn, yeah.
Yeah, because that was the same thing with Katie Sackhoff being Bo-Katan. She did the voice in the show before they cast her for live action.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and for one, good episode, they even have Malcolm McDowell.
Really?
Yeah. It's like literally just one episode. Maybe two. It might have been two-parter. Either way, though, it's very much a throwaway character.
Yeah.
Like, don't you guys realize this is Malcolm McDowell? Can't we have him do something bigger?
I know.
But yeah, if you get to that point, you'll definitely recognize him, since he has that very distinctive voice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I guess they explained
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Why this game has been having so much trouble.
Goodbye.
Because, like, most games, what they do is they everything that they build, you build a game and you use some kind of an engine to build your game.
Right.
Whether it's Unity, Unreal, whatever. So anyway, all the little mechanics and stuff that they wanted to implement in Star Citizen, they've been trying to implement, don't work in these other engines. So they've had to expand upon the engine to use it. So they started with the Crytek engine, and they used that for a long time, and then that became a different engine, and then eventually has become this Star engine, which they've basically just rebuilt an entire engine to run this game, So everything seamlessly works the way they're trying to get it. And then the biggest problem that they've been having is that they were having stability. The game, when I remember playing it back a couple years ago before COVID, and it was in good condition, It wasn't jerking around and wasn't kicking you out or anything like that, and played well. It was stable. Frame rates were hit or miss, but it has gotten a little bit better since then. But I guess what they had to do is they've expanded to a new data center, where they have to keep all the data for the system, but the whatever data core, whatever data service that they have now, it was rated the best one that they were using, but it turns out it just couldn't handle a lot of the stuff in the game, and it keeps crashing, and they've been having problems integrating it with the engine. So people reach out, and the game just overloads, and all the data they can't get to the, because it's customized, because the whole game is custom, Yeah. So they're slowly getting that more stable, and it's definitely not as bad as it was. It's not crashing as bad anymore. But they said they've also been like, this is just the trial ground. What they've been working on is the Squadron 42, the other game, and getting all of that integrated. And this is just working out bugs and mechanics, for that game. And that one's scheduled to, they've got that, I don't know what the rate on that is right now, but it's up there. They're not too far away from being done with that, the standalone game. And then they'll release that alongside this.
Nice. Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. So it's just I don't know. I mean, it's definitely more, you can see something like Starfield And it's like, yeah, the level of detail and the complexity is not even anywhere near Star Citizen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is why it's stable. I mean, I could imagine, and Starfield's not multiplayer, so it would be cool if you could implement, you know, all the going the mercenary. I mean, you've seen me do the Marine stuff too, right? The first-person shooter in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Like you do that, and then you both get on your same ship. You can have squadrons of ships. But I guess it's this data core, this server data, whatever system that they're using is not working and integrating very well, and they've been having issues with that. So usually data management, I guess, for a game is done because of how much is always controlled by some, if it's this is some sort of cloud data service or whatever. I don't know exactly how that all works, but
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they can't. But then again, I can't really think of another game out there that has that level of complexity and multiplayer, free multiplayer. You know, there's always some limitation. Like, I can't think of anything. If you think of like multiplayer games, like online, we think, oh yeah, every game's online. It's like, not every type of game's online, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like
I mean, having an online game that has all that many like aspects to it, it's like, you know, like this has more interactable aspects than most single player games do, and they don't have to deal with making that work on a multiplayer, you know,
right,
stage. So yeah, no, it's pretty fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because usually like most complicated full open world games, like I can't think of anything. Usually be like two, like Far Cry 6, right? 2 people, that's it. Mm-hmm. If it's more than that, then it's like its own separate little closed off world. But look what happens when you try to do like a complicated, massive RPG multiplayer game that's more interactive. What you get, Fallout 76, right? And that's a fucking disaster. Obviously this game would be a disaster if it were released in its current state, but that's why it's not.
Yeah.
But then you have other online games like Elite Dangerous, but it's really boring. There's nothing to do. You just fly around in space, you know. Mm-hmm. Very little to do. I'm trying to think of another online multiplayer game. I did go back and play a couple other old Star Wars games the other day. I was playing them on the PlayStation. It was Bounty Hunter for PlayStation 2.
Oh, never even did that one.
Yeah, and Starfighter, Jedi Starfighter, also PS2.
I vaguely remember trying that at one point, but I don't think I ever really did anything in it.
Yeah, and then I did, and then the Pod Racer game, but the sequel to it called Racer Revenge. Which I didn't even know existed, but I guess that was on PS2.
Okay.
I want to say I have. What do I have? Ah, shit. Why did it sign me out? I don't know why it would have signed me out.
Aye, aye, aye.
What's that from?
Oh, that was the little robot in Power Rangers.
I never saw that.
I know so little about it except for that. Like like every time anything happened, he would just be like freaking out, going aye, aye, aye.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the show was not good. Yeah, I remember my roommates were watching, like it went on Netflix at some point, like at least the first season of the original show, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna watch this for nostalgia," and the whole time I'm just like, "You guys watch this? This is so awful." And then they're like, "Oh yeah, let's call our Dinobots," and it's like Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, and then they're like Mastodon, saber-toothed tiger. Are you serious? There are so many fucking dinosaurs, and you guys had to resort to mastodons and saber-toothed tigers? What the hell?
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous.
So yeah, there was like no redeeming qualities to me for that show.
No.
When I was watching it.
Okay, so here we go. Let's see what I had. I thought I had. Oh no, I guess not. I thought on some of these, I thought somewhere I had the Racer, the original Racer game. The Pod Racer game. Somewhere. Or it was available somewhere. Is it available on Steam?
I have no idea. It's possible. I do know I have the Steam, like, May 4th bundle.
I thought I did too.
Part of it. But I don't remember what all games are in there. It's a lot. It's a lot of Star Wars.
I don't have the Lego. Have you ever played the Lego ones?
For some reason, I do weirdly have a memory of having played some of it. Maybe my roommate had it at some point. Because I remember what I did see. I was like, "Oh wow, this is actually pretty fun." Like, they're doing the story and stuff, but they're doing like some fun puzzles with it.
Right. Yeah.
And whatever.
Yeah, I've played a couple Lego games and. What do I have? Classic Collection. What do we have? Star Wars Classic Collection. Rebel Assault 1, 2, X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Yeah. I already have all those. I have those. And it was a Star Wars Complete Collection. Oh, this is what I have. The Star Wars. I have most of these. I don't have that. I don't have the X-Wing games because I have them on Steam or GOG. But yeah, I was right. Racer is available. It's right here, the original.
Okay. Dang, I hadn't seen that in so long. One of the few good things to come out of episode 1.
Right. Right now I've been playing through God of War Ragnarok on PS5 and Zelda still. Can't think of anything else. That's really it. Anyway. I'm probably going to get going here.
Yeah, I'm also kind of feeling a mite tired.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I will, Republicans are dumb as always. And just the whole thing is just really just asinine. So stupid.
And probably won't even matter anyway.
Nope. So, I will see you later. I'll talk to you later. And, yeah.
Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, since that's done, I'm done playing Starfield. I beat that. I finished that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, not really much to talk about there. Huh?
Guess the main story isn't all that long.
No. Didn't need to get to actually level 40 to finish it.
Oh, wow.
Level 35's fine. Easy. Doesn't take very long.
Well, I guess if it's mostly the sandbox nature to it.
Yeah.
And they just kind of use the story as be like, here's an excuse to go look over there.
Right.
And then you're like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm good with that. So we can do next week if you want to do what is the next one? What are you gonna do? StarCraft again?
Yeah, we were back on that for doing the Heart of the Swarm campaign.
Heart of the Swarm sounds good. And then we'll do after that. Let's just continue. Let's just finish it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do StarCraft 2.
Heart of the Swarm probably won't take too long.
Yeah. We'll do Heart of the Swarm, and then we'll do. But I mean, we won't finish it that whole night. But the next time we'll continue on Heart of the Swarm, obviously until we finish it, and then the next we'll keep going on StarCraft until we're done with StarCraft 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah. Overall, I remember the Heart of the Swarm missions being fairly easy. So I don't really think that's going to be too much to get through. A few of the Protoss missions I remember being a little tricky, but only because I really only played through that campaign once and then I was done.
Is it worth playing? You said you played some Fortnite. Is it worth playing or no?
It's okay. I mean, it got improved when they added a no build mode. So, because the game was so focused on like being able to just build instant walls and fortresses and stuff anytime you fight anyone, that if you weren't good at that, it was like, don't fucking bother. But something when they put in the no build mode, you actually have to use the environment a bit to, get cover and that kind of stuff. It's better, but it still has the downside of like, you don't really feel like you're really getting to play games too much as much as because everything is over so fast. Like you could be instantly shot basically from behind, and you never even see them the whole time, and then you have to do like a 2-minute load next game. Actually, even more than 2 minutes probably before you're on the ground playing again. So, and then sometimes it's like you sit through the whole like, several minute thing to get back in the game, and then you're instantly killed in the first 30 seconds, and you're just like, well, fuck. So, it's okay.
I'm just trying to find some more action-oriented type games that we can play together. But I don't know of anything.
Yeah, no, like the Far Cries were way more fun than pretty much any time I've had with Fortnite.
Okay. All right. Well, that solves that. Definitely, Far Cry 6 will be fun as long as your computer can handle it.
Probably. I mean, I imagine at worst case, I just might not be at like max graphics or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see on that. So, but yeah, we can do StarCraft first and then kind of go from there.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, I will talk to you later and signing off.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Later.